afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Streamers League GG, where we have so much competition going on that even the casters are concerned about the amount of games they're gonna have to be covering today. I'm Jeannie, your caster for today, and joining me is RJ. Welcome back to the stream. How are you feeling?
Yeah, this place is starting to feel at home at this point. You know, I've covered so many of these qualifiers, and I'm just excited to be able to cover another one. Yesterday, I wasn't available, sadly, had to interview some players, you know. And at the end of the day today, I'm happy to be back here.
Well, happy to have you back. I'm happy to be back myself. I haven't really been on the cast for a while, but let's talk about what's making this possible. So I want to say thank you so much to Surfshark, HyperX, and also the city of Wrocław for making sure that we are here today. Looking at the tournament format, we've covered this time and time again. We have streamers from every single country. They're going to be competing it out for a spot at LAN. We already have a couple of streamers that have qualified. We got the Real Red who qualified from Romania, Targonka who qualified from Hungary, and then we have Mugi from Greece. We still have Poland, Czech and Slovakia to go, and Poland, that's the ones that we're going to be covering today. Yesterday specifically, Jacob and Terp, they kind of, you know, walked away with it. There were some pretty impressive games, if I do say so myself, and, you know, looking at the teams that we're going to be seeing today live as well, I think they're going to be some pretty interesting games. What about you?
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting matchup. I had a look at the team rankings as well. I saw a couple of Radiants popping out here and there. There's also a bit of an unknown factor in Team Thorek, for example. So this is just going to be a banger of a matchup, I think.
Yeah, bangers after bangers. We had them yesterday. We had them last week, the week before. There've been bangers all around, so really interested to see how that's going to be playing out. But if what your favorite streamer actually wasn't able to make it to LAN, there is still the HyperX wildcard that you vote for. We actually have Alexa TV advancing from Romania, Zaki advancing from Hungary, and Antilipsi from Greece. They're going to be competing it out in a tournament of their own for that HyperX wildcard spot to actually be the sixth team that's going to be making it at LAN, and the LAN is going to be happening in June. So to be completely honest, it's the deadline is creeping up on us. There's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of bangers being thrown around, and we have Group B happening today. So we're going to be looking at the following teams. We got Senyi, we got Thorek, we got Holak, and we also got Sayu. And these teams, they're going to be competing it out for those points. Yesterday, as we mentioned, Terp and Jacob ending up on top. 9 points for Terp. They're the first one. They won every single one of their matches. Jacob, they won 2 of their matches, so they got 6 points because a win equals 3 points. And if you actually end up, you equalize, you get 1 point. So these teams, they're going to be competing against Terp and Jacob, yesterday's teams that we saw, and those have done quite an incredible feat specifically. So there's a lot on stake. You know, you want to be that team that goes to LAN, you want to be that team that beats out Terp, because at the end of the day, just winning today isn't going to be enough.
Absolutely not. You have to do more than that. You've got to advance, and you've got to make it to that Sunday. Those spicy playoffs where semi-finals and eventually one grand final will decide everything. That fated spot in that beautiful city of Wrocław is up for grabs. And yeah, I can imagine that there's quite a lot of pressure on these teams to perform in that sense, but only the best may win. And who knows what kind of standings we'll get into, right? We've also seen draws in the past, and things can get really interesting, really close cut if it comes down to that much.
Yeah, or we can see a 13-0 just sweep come through. But, you know, maybe not today. Maybe that was just in the past. It's not going to happen. But you're absolutely correct. Everything is really relying on your performance today, but then that's only going to be pushing you so far. You're still going to have to play the semis tomorrow, and if you actually succeed in the semis, you'll still have to play the finals. And the teams are really closely matched once you get to those later stages. We saw a couple of games yesterday that just weren't as closely matched, but again, when we're looking at, you know, Terp against Jacob, I think the way that these teams play is very aggressive. It seems very calculated. It feels like these players definitely have at least one individual within their teams that are genuinely making the call out, and that's always something that's going to be really useful. Then we're looking at teams today, and you mentioned it yourself, RJ. There's a little bit of a discrepancy in terms of those rankings, and you know, that's always going to be impacting teams, but do you think that there's anyone specifically that we should be watching out for today?
Well, before I go and mention that, actually, there's 2 people I'd like to watch out for. And now you might think, huh, what are you talking about? Well, there's actually 2 people in Poland, 2 beautiful casters that we can take a look at. And there they are.
Hi,
there.
So, starting off with the first question to you, how would you predict the results of today's matches? Because like those matches would be awesome.
Well, I think in general, we've seen a lot of back and forth between the teams, and we've also seen 13-0s yesterday. I think that's going to be a question that I'm going to be asking you guys about later today. But Senyi versus Thorek, I think I might be leaning more towards the Senyi side of things. That's just coming through from my end. I think they're a very strong team just looking at the information that we have available. RJ, do you agree?
I do agree with that one, based on the fact that Thorek, completely unknown factor. I mean, with Senyi, at least we know that there's 3 Immortals, 2 Platinum players. Should be okay. The Immortals can carry the Platinums, right?
Yeah, I guess for me, team of Thorek and team of Holak are the strongest team in this group. So I think if I have to predict, they will advance. But absolutely, I'm not sure because, as you said, Team Senyi and Team Sayor also have really good players. And Sayor is so much experienced at Counter-Strike player. He is just playing FPS more. He's older than I mean, his experience is older than my little friend. So you know.
Oh, wow.
Thank you, Thank
you versus the studio that they tell you not to worry about, guys. Like, you guys have a really nice setup there. We're just doing this from home, but the players are also going to be playing from home, and they're going to be picking Ascent specifically. Now, Ascent, the map that's made out of cardboard, and I'm going to ask you, Enfist, as the coach yourself for Who Cars, how much do you like this map?
Well, as you know, we've lost a match on Aston before, and it was not a pleasant one. It was 13-1, so I'm not looking that much good at that map. But to be perfectly honest, we trained a little bit, and it's going to be fine. But focusing on that one, well, this is a map that is mostly Polish, I think, because many Polish teams are just trying to accommodate on this map rather than choosing out the maps like Icebox or Breeze or even Fracture. They just like Aston a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to have to wait and see how these teams are going to be competing on Ascent. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you guys so much for your input. I know you guys are going to be casting it in Polish. That's really interesting. You guys can head over to that stream as well to check out the games. And we're going to be doing the English side of things here over on the main channel. Any final words, guys?
Have fun!
Thank you.
That's for me too. Have fun.
Yeah, see you later, guys.
Appreciate it. We'll see you later, guys. Well, that was wholesome. That's like the Zoom call, with your family when everyone's like screaming at the same time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, lovely guys, right? I like the little joke he made there, right, about his co-caster, because obviously you made a lovely tweet, Jeannie. And I saw on his profile as well, he's only 18, such a young guy. And then I get what he meant, right? Because Counter-Strike, I mean, that game's been going on for like 20 years now. No wonder a new one's popped up, right? Hello, Valorant.
Yeah, Valorant. Yo, Valorant is a great game, but you know what else is great? Ascent. Ascent is a great map, especially if you're playing Sova and you throw out just the recon dart, scan everybody, you have the Odin. It's a map made out of cardboard, but I also think that really specifically the teams playing on Ascent, they're always going to be looking for that mid control. It does give you a lot of opportunities to go into CT. It gives you an opportunity to go through for flanks, and just gives you a bit more control over the situation. I am not expecting to be seeing a Neon on Ascent, but I'm open to being pleasantly surprised.
This is a bit of a different composition, right? Sometimes you see these teams doing crazy things and just thinking, why not pick a Neon? And I guess in a way it can work. I mean, the fast lane is a really strong ability, and that can always deny vision to a degree, create some good opportunities. And I like the rapid style of play that Neon can bring to the table. For Team Senyi, there's still a lot that has to be decided. For Team Thorek, they've locked out 4 out of 5 agents.
Yeah, they have the Fade coming through, and I haven't actually had the pleasure of casting Fade specifically. A little aware of what the abilities do, but it does seem like quite a strong agent to be coming through, so it's going to be interesting to see how it's going to be gelling together with the other agents that they have locked in. I think, the Jet is pretty standard. Killjoy as well has that ability to solo hold sides, has that ability that util to kind of set up if you are pushing out you're on the attacking side and you want to have someone watching your flanks. Omen has been played quite recently pretty heavily on Ascent as well. People like to play him quite aggressively. You pair the Paranoia with the dash coming through from the Jet. It's definitely something that you can do on the defensive side of things just to get a little bit more pressure and space earlier on. And then looking towards the opposing team, we have the KO coming in as well, and I think that's again something that we've seen time and time again. KO paired up with the Jet, it does go quite nicely. It gives Jet that opportunity to push out aggressively early on as well. It does stop that util from the opposing team, so they can't really counter whatever you're throwing at them. In this case, it's most likely going to be a flash and a jet knife to the face. Can't really do much about that if you don't have any util, so all you're gonna have to do is run away or shoot, and if you're blind, you can't really shoot either. So I think both of these teams, the way that they are setting it up, it looks like the Jet is most likely going to be the focus of these teams. And I think that's something that we can expect because we did see that discrepancy in rank. So if you're putting your best player on the Jet, you can set them up for success.
Yeah, easy going, easy flying, you could say, seeing as it is Jet after all. Even with that dash nerf, I'm going to call it, still very much an appreciated agent and one that can find all sorts of impact. Still, though, that fade finally coming into play, that competitive cooldown has been reduced 2 weeks, I believe that is. And yeah, that is going to do a lot for them, I think.
Yeah, also a lot of individuals haven't really had the chance to play against Jet that much specifically. So again, that kind of gives you, I guess, the advantage of the unknown, because how are you going to counter it? How are they going to strategize against it? And then you have, the crawlers coming through, you have Seas, and it just gives a lot of opportunities for these teams to come through with some interesting plays. And Denster starting it off already quite interestingly. The trade eventually is going to come through, and now the number of players are equalized. Sensi! And Emily, it's popping off, holding the backup site incredibly well, clicking those heads, and now 1v3 scenario for Thorek and XC. They're gonna have to do some work.
Work, indeed. I feel like this might actually be an undoable situation, the 1v3. Still, I'm happy to see it work out if it can. That Swarm Grenade can't directly find anything. XC, though, I was going to say potential for a headshot, but it doesn't happen. It is Emily instead that will find the mark, and that will get the first round in after booking an impressive 3 kills. Team Seni kicking off well.
Yeah, Emily's just playing this round incredibly passively on the back of site, waiting from the side of Thorek to actually push in aggressively. And there was a lot of util used earlier on in the round where there were quite a couple of skirmishes towards mid side of the map. And once you're pushing onto site without that util available, it's a little risky. You're gonna have to go for those dry peaks. Dry peaks, always a bit scary, especially if someone's just holding the corner. And this is the aggressive play that we were talking about coming through from the Jet on the Sen specifically, or paired with this time around, rather than the KO knife. It's just the Brimmy with the Stimmy.
Brimmy with the Stimmy. Still love to hear it. Well, I'm also waiting to see this fade come into play. now it just sounds like a spell from Harry Potter. For now, though, that spike will be planted. That's also kind of magical when you think about it. As currently Thorek waits for this close range angle, that can find a lot of initial impact, I think, once Seni's going to peek out, but it's going to be a tough close range battle. Will Thorek succeed? Let's find out. The triple shot comes through, the double kill. But Amor and Emily will try and return. However, Wonderman finding the frag on Amor as well means it's a 2v2 situation left out. Denza then falling back a little bit. And now the defender moving up. Good pre-fire, but that spike is going to have to be ticked. And it will be the Ghost not finishing this off, actually. Emily not being able to stick it. And it will be the 1-1, the clutch. And the Bulldog picked up by Mousy.
That is an incredibly expensive round from the side of Seni. They didn't even check the corner when pushing out through market. That was a mistake and a half, and it even allows Thorek to get away with 2 picks on the classic. On a classic versus Spectres. Eventually the trade do come out, but you're already lost so many numbers. You've already lost 2 Spectres. You're giving the opposing team that opportunity to pick them up. You're then gonna have to go onto site. You're not playing this as together as you'd expect them to. And it's giving Mousy that opportunity to get the isolated 1v1s, finishing it off the round so incredibly perfectly. Now, a bit of a pickle economy-wise for Seni.
Very tough. I wonder how they're going to get out of this one. Once again, though, I'd like to see them play around the angles. And with the limited pistols that they have, Cam having been one of those players, Sheriff in his hands that sadly won't come out to play, but maybe the Marshal from Seni finding some initial impact. Just some cheeky shots that have to come through. That's all they need, and they can win this out.
I'm just gonna scrape Sova just a little. But again, Thorek playing this quite passively. Last time around, Seni went for that gamble where they stacked 5 members onto A. They pushed out aggressively. Didn't actually work out for them. And looking at the map specifically, that's exactly what's happening once again. They're gambling that it's going to be an A push. They have every single member there. There isn't currently any util available on B side that's going to give away the fact that it's a B push. 30 seconds left on the clock, and it's completely free for the taking.
And they will. No struggle there. Seni now moving ahead with that rotation to play for a retake. It's going to be a tough situation. I'm not even sure if they want to risk this, but of course they will give it their very best. The spike gets planted, and Amor is apparently the man to move on up to try and go for the first fight. But the moment of peak will come, I'm afraid it's going to be anything but a favorable situation for him. Already pressure put down, Wonderman finding a double, and then you've got Xe also getting a kill. Only Emily left, and it's pretty much a done deal. Oh, ouch.
That's the pick coming through with the shot, though. That's an ouch and a half. That hurt, like, me, and I wasn't even there. That was personal.
Oh, it was so harsh sometimes, that shock dart. But hey, it was on the mark, and it got the kill. You can definitely see that economic struggle that comes through, right? That team Seni is dealing with, but that now at least they'll be getting back on top of due to the fact that they saved out for a round. Do you think that this round will be the difference? That Seni can now immediately get back on target?
So Seni is going to have that opportunity to actually come in with guns, but again, I feel at this point around, we saw them on the bonus round. They actually every single person had a Spectre, but it still wasn't enough for them to throw this out and close out the round. Instead, Thorek walked away with the win. So it's more in terms of strategies and how Seni is playing out the rounds as individuals and as a team, how they're playing around the util rather than the firepower, just the sheer firepower they have available. The lockdown is going to be coming through quite early on in the round, so it does give away some information that it seems to be an A-hit this time around. Gamble playing off, and that is the Omerald coming through. A couple of shots missed by Emmet, gets taken out right immediately. Denser and Seni coming through with a trade, but it's not going to be enough. So they pick up 1 apiece and get traded out immediately as well. 3-for-3 in terms of numbers, but the site is completely on the Thorax banner. They're moving into post-plant positions. That'll be a difficult retake from the side of Seni.
Most certainly so. Wonderman will make sure that Seni does not get a chance. Flash coming through for now. It's a 2v2. The KO, though, will not find the impact. Gamlo goes down, and only Amor here to clutch this out. Can she do this? It doesn't look like it, as Wonderman frags her out, and a 3v1 appears on the board. Thorek leading the fray for now, and Seni not being able to get back on target after they did get some decent weaponry in their hands.
Yeah, and again, they're stuck in this cycle where you have to save, you're gonna buy, you lose a round that you buy.
No, it's not ready.
So for them to start getting their economy under wraps, the wins that they secure is either gonna have to be thrifty, or it's gonna have to be an incredibly clean buy round. Their ult economy not looking too bad either. They're a couple of points off of Amor's ult. They have that jet knife available as well as the Empress coming through. Seni looking to get initial early impact on mid, is gonna get shut down right away. Does manage to get 1 shock dart out, but they have to dash. This is the nerf coming through. If you're not gonna make that contact, if you're not gonna get that kill, you're not gonna have it available, and you're a bit of a sitting duck, and that's exactly what's currently happening to Seni. The Prowler is gonna be spotting them out right away. There's a second one coming through. They're gonna be able to pick her up incredibly quickly. And Thorek takes Seni out. A hero play that Seni wanted to go for, but unfortunately didn't work out in their favor. And now that's already 1 member down. And that Blade Storm, that's usually huge in these economy rounds. But it's not paying off for them.
No, absolutely not. You just see that constant struggle from Seni. And obviously the rest of the team. Xe then finding a kill. Wonderman very likely to be taken out. And Emily will make that a fact, as Nitra returns on that. And a 1v4 remains. Thorek to finish the battle. A Mousy to still put that spike down, you know, for posterity's sake.
And that's the strength as well coming through from Thorek, but also the weakness coming through after the jet nerf. Seni going for the aggressive push. They have that dash that you need to activate, but you're not making initial contact. No one is actually peeking you. No one is giving you that opportunity to get the reset. Instead, you have Fade, they have the Prowler, they have Haunt, they have the Siege, they throw it all at your face. You're kind of stuck in this really awkward position. And because there's no backup from Cat, from your team, you're the only person mid, they have that opportunity, they're given that chance to just push you out so aggressively. You get taken out straight away, and that's kind of the downfall for that round. You're losing a member on site as well. That's a good pick by Denser. Now it's a matter of whether or not Seni can capitalize off of this one.
I'm not feeling too confident about them right now. Seni is not showing the strongest signs. And see, even a battle where you'd say Camelot has the advantage, the battle is still not won by him. And just like that, it's Thorek that managed to balance out the score while the player count a little bit further. Now maybe Seni able to hold this off with the operator. Off the mark, however, caught out a little bit. Ooh. And the dash being popped out, but Mousy, yep, that's a Blade Storm and a half. Now a spike will be planted relatively quickly. Good shock dart to keep pressure away from Heaven for just a moment. As right now the spike gets planted and a 4v3 remains.
And that operator specifically, it's expensive. In general, an operator investing into it, that's expensive. That's an investment that you're expecting to pay off. But if you're already down, economy-wise, you're investing into that operator and it gets taken away from you straight away and falls into other players' stands that are already ahead of you, that's even scarier. And another thing that's really scary and that's really worrying from the side of Seni coming around through is the fact that they are very much susceptible to flanks. When there's action happening on one side of the map, it doesn't seem like the rest of the team stays as alert as you'd expect them to be. We saw it the round before this one, where Amor, she was setting up her smokes, and she did it kind of just wide in the open. Xe was able to very much come in quickly, take an uncontested pick, and just back right off. There was no punishment coming for it. And that was all because there was a lot happening in mid between Seni and Thorek on the Fade, that it just pulls away the concentration from the rest of the team. And last round as well, they're fighting for that control in Heaven. They're trying to get onto site. They're completely leaving themselves open and susceptible to these flanks. Alright, they're playing it incredibly well.
Absolutely. So you've got the players being out-angled time and time again. And yeah, you make a good point with that mid area. It's often a point of contest, but it's not a point where you see Seni maintaining that much control per se, although now Amor, she's making that impact. She's finding those returns. But there's the Fade ult coming through. And look at that, marked up and with DK in play. Thorek will get the read. Still prep that next ability as now Xe holds off the angle, perfectly refragged, and Team Thorek, even though it comes close, they'll still stand ahead, they'll still stand strong, and I believe be able to dive into reserves to make sure that they've all got weaponry again.
Yeah, Nightfall coming out from Thorek really does push Camelot into a bit of an awkward scenario where they are playing that 1v2 and they're not aware at all from their senses. It does cut off your vision, it cuts off your hearing. There was actually a conversation that I had where people are like, you know, when you're parking, like you can't see when you can't hear, because like when you're parking you have to turn down the music so you can go backwards. It's the same with Valorant. You can't hear where they are, you can't see them, and it doesn't make sense, but at the same time it does.
Wait, I'm so confused right now. You've got to turn down the music when you're reversing?
Not me. I don't drive, but they're like, you know, when you're like concentrating and you're like reversing, you want to like turn down the music so you can like concentrate.
In that sense.
And it's the same with like...
Yeah, you got me. No, I was really confused because like, is this some like kind of, you know, fancy car joke or something? Because I have this old car from 2003. Yeah. It doesn't have sensors or anything. I just have to park purely on skill alone. But I get it, yeah, focus is important for that. Just like the focus is shown by Camelot, he finds his third kill already. And it is just the Sova left. Nitro on the Team Thorek side. Not having the best of chances here. And the recon bolt getting destroyed rather quickly. This might just be another round on the board for Team Seni.
Yeah, Molly's gonna force Nitro in a bit of an awkward position. He's actually going to go away from the blind. He isn't going to connect the shots. Camelot does manage to take him out, and that's round number 2 secured for Senny. It's 2-6. That was a clean-ish round. Nitro had to invest in Hunter's Fury to clear out some space on the side, and yes, they get onto it, but it's not enough as members are dropped in the process, as there was a beautiful crossfire set up from the side of Senny. They are able to win this. They hold on to 3 out of their 5 rifles. That's what they need. They need 1 more of these rounds. They need a clean win come through. They need to make sure that they are playing off of each other rather than just going off in, individually.
I think that's a lesson anyone can take with them, right? Play as a team, play as a unit. Don't be that solo player. Exactly. Wonderman for now, making sure that there's not much of a team left on the Senny side. Quite the punishment for losing out a round. And eventually it'll be Thoric to take out Senny as well. Mousy finishing off the job, and Team Thoric, sure, they just lose a round, but they immediately come back on it.
Yeah, this was a really strong start coming through from the side of Thoric. You know, you said it's not an individual game, but Wonderman really wanted to make this an individual game, just coming through with a beautiful 3K. Doesn't eventually check the corner, but once you're only 1 player left standing, it's not really that much to be dealing with. A bit of an unfortunate situation. And that's the thing with Senny. They're trying to build up the momentum, but Thoric is shutting it down right away. It's just making it so much more difficult for them.
Absolutely so. Team Senny in that sense, not really getting a chance, and you would have thought on the defending side, things should be going a bit easier for them, but that does not seem to be the case. And look at that, the Prowler, I believe, making quite a difficult situation. Now Senny falls back real quick. Mousy and Thoric with the initial entries, both Denser and Senny going down. Emily then to take this battle will succeed in that and be able to get some overhealing going. It's currently the spike is put down by Team Thoric, and the Owl drone looks to tag up further. Obviously, duration of it reduced recently, so that means that at least it won't go on for as long.
Yeah, still Nitro with very much low HP. Thoric ready with util to be coming through. Wonderman's trying to hold up 2 members of his own. Finds the first, finds the second. Has 1 player to be dealing with. It's gonna come through with a shot. It's going to kill. It only has 1 bullet. It's gonna peek with the classic. Comes out on top. Wonderman making wonders happen this game.
It's insane, right? He is such a miraculous player to stick in that tendency of wonders happening, because dearie me, time and time again, you see him pulling off those insane triple kills. And that is just a consistent factor. Time and time again, Team Thoric have got someone to rely on. And I think with a player like him on the front, well, this will be a very, very quick map going their way.
Yeah, the English stream was wrong. The Polish stream was correct. They voted for Thoric. They have information available that we didn't.
Exactly. It's so unfair, right? We should have just, you know, next time I'm going to slide in their DMs and be like, tell me all about Poland, just like Team Senny is saying all, or telling them all about returns. Team Thoric calls out, Caster Curse coming into play, XC not winning out that battle, and Thoric as the last player standing will fall. Camelot able to take that last kill, and the defuse being given to him as well, so that his ult can come into play a little bit quicker. Yeah,
the Nightfall once again being invested from the side of Thoric, and initially pushing off 2 members from the side of Senny. Didn't really do quite more than that, and we're approaching the last round and a half, and this time around Thoric, they can't have a bad half. They're already 8-3. This can be either an 8-4, it can be a 9-3. Then the curse comes into play. You never know what's gonna happen with that one. But for Senny, they're lucky in terms of their economy is going to be resetting next time around, so they're going to have to get that pistol round win if they want to. They can decide maybe to not go for the force, or if they do that, they don't use it. Wonderman, all the action happening over across his crosshair, has TP'd out very aggressively. The Shrouded Sept giving him such a great position, and now it's Operator versus Operator. Mossy coming out on top. Wonderman getting Camelot, like finalizing the kill, as Camelot did have that ult come through. And Denser wants to go for the aggressive peek, but gets punished right away. 9-3 for Thorek. The first side of things, and they're moving to the defensive side. Seni, it's looking scary for them.
Oh, most certainly so. Even though you can have those momentary upsets coming through, right? You notice, okay, Team Seni, they know how to show a bit of resistance. In the end, it's still Team Thorek that leads, and massively so. That is something that bothers me, you know. That is something that makes me worry, and that makes me think, Seni, can you keep this going? Because sure, they got the pistol round at the beginning as well, right? But it's only these mere rounds every now and then, not much more.
Yeah, and it's not enough for them to be stitching these rounds together, because if they do win one, they lose the one after, and that doesn't really give their economy enough time to replenish. They don't have those resources available, so they have to take this round by round. This time it looks like the aggressive mid push is something that we can be expecting from Seni. Once again, is going to find some contact. That's all it's going to be for now. It's not going to be able to translate that into kills. Pushing out quite aggressively and gets punished for it right away. Mousy has activated the dash. Wonderman, however, finds the contact himself. Doesn't need Mousy's jet to be coming through to help him out. And now it's just one player. Camelot has wrapped all the way around. He's going to take a couple of shots, but it's not going to be enough. And he's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Defenders win the pistol rounds, and they're putting themselves on double digits.
And that is such a powerful milestone to achieve. Also, the fact that they can actually return or, well, reclaim that pistol round, taking the second, means you've got Team Seni just even more caught out. Now forced to work with some sheriffs. There's not even armor being committed to. I wonder what they can do here to make things work, because right now, I'm not looking too favorably at Team Seni.
Yeah, Team Seni is, you know, caster cursed completely by the English desk. We will take full responsibility for that. Nitro looking, just a little bit. Nitro looking to get a couple of scans out. Not going to connect with anyone, so it's going to have to hold on for this Ares just a little longer. The fun of Ascent is not... Oh, he's going to be able to spot out a couple of players, so looking to go for those wall bangs. Not going to connect. And that's the beauty of Ascent, am I right? Cardboard boxes, who doesn't like those?
Yeah,
my cat loves them.
I was about to say, you know why I love cardboard boxes? One arrived yesterday, and it had a beautiful HyperX headset in it. I mean, what's not to love? Yeah.
Thank you, HyperX.
Hey, thanks, guys. In the meantime, I don't think that Team Seni will be saying thanks to each other anytime soon, although maybe thanks to Seni are in order. Sadly, though, Nitro with the Ares Mousy following it up with the Marshall, they won't let much happen. So only Amor left, and sadly she won't be able to clutch this out. 11th round found for Team Thorek, and Team Seni just left behind.
What I'm worried about is something that we've on this attacking side of things from the side of Seni, and it was a bit obvious as well on the defensive side, just not as much, and that's the fact that there doesn't seem to be any team coordination. It doesn't feel like they have a strategy for coming into every single round. Why are players, multiple players, you know, losing their 1v1 skirmishes on B side when the spike is going towards A? Or vice versa. It feels like they haven't figured out how they want to play this, how they want to have this go into their favor. They're relying solely on winning these gunfights, and they're not winning them either, so it's really difficult for them to get anything done.
We'll have to see if in these last few rounds a change can be made. Thorek, at least not there for the hold. It's the weaponry that might make the difference for somebody like Camelot. Vandal in hand means that gradually they'll push themselves closer to the site, but they've got to be wary still. Nitro can come into play in a moment, although now he's made noise. His position's known, and Emily could just get a kill out of that, as a right peek at the moment should lead to just the one. Spray down happens. Now Mousy comes into play, however. It is only a Marshall, though it will still deal plenty of damage. But in the end, with Mousy being the last player standing, it's Team Seni finding the fourth. And currently, Thorek Team Thorek paused just a little bit, but all they need is Wonder Man to pop off for 1 or 2 more rounds, and it's a done deal.
Yeah, one more. They're on match point and map point. If I do say so myself, these are going to be best of 1. So, Sunny, they don't have any room for error. They have to make sure that this is played out perfectly. And that's the scary part, because they have been making a lot of mistakes in individual rounds, let alone throughout the entirety of the game. And they can't really afford to do so anymore if they want to take the win here, if they want to take a couple of these points. Whereas Thorek, they've been playing this very much chilled back, relaxed back, and spotting's gonna come through. X, he gets that first pick. And this is what we've seen time and time again from the side of Seni, is they lose one player, look at the rest of the team. They have no idea what they want to do. They get absolutely scrambled. They're trying to figure out their next steps, and it shows on their rotations, because they're just running across mid rather than actually figuring out whether or not there's players on A that they are going to be able to be dealing with.
For now, they've at least made the right call, planting on the A site, although XU will contest a little bit. A 3v3 remains. Team Seni, can you bring this to a positive end? Please do. As currently that spike is happily ticking down. And you notice Mousy creeping on up. Time is somewhat in their favor, but time is also ticking at the same time. Now there's a read, however, one player's position should be known. And currently Wonder Man moves on out. Chamber teleports away for a moment. Nitro pushing on up, wins that battle. Surprisingly enough, does not go for the second. Emily holding that off. Mousy, though, coming through, but the time is ticking. It's now or never. Go for that spike. Although I don't think it'll happen anymore. Mousy waits for the peak, but Emily will make it a 4K instead. As currently, Emily won't survive either. Everybody died, but at least Team Seni got their 5th round.
Yeah, they also have the opportunity to come through with a full buy into the next round if they wish to do so. This seems to be the case, whereas looking at Thorek on this time around on the defensive side, they seem to be struggling. They're gonna have to play this as an eco round. They have one Marshall available on Mousy. He's been doing some damage with the Marshalls, not doing as much as you maybe expect them to. But again, they're doing great in terms of getting a couple of scrapes off, getting a couple of picks here and there. Nitro, you know, he doesn't need the Marshall. He's got the Sheriff and the shock darts.
Apparently that does enough, so seems. Currently Nitro waiting. Mousy, look at this duo play. I love it. Only a 2v4 left. Team Seni, what will you be able to do right now against Team Thorek? And I was really thinking this is a lost cause. Team Thorek, they barely have an economy to work with, but no. Apparently I'm wrong. Can you imagine that, Jeannie? Me being wrong?
Yeah, you being wrong? Like, I mean, every day. No, wait, what? Sorry.
Help! I'm being bullied by my co-commentator.
Again, just genie things on broadcast. You know, just it's all fun and games. It's not fun and games when you unfortunately don't land your shot, but they have had that opportunity to upgrade the Vandals. They dropped Seni dropped a couple of them on Pizza, Thorek, Nitro. They have been able to pick up one piece, and there you go. Thorek Nitro coming through with the Vandal isn't going to quite connect. Emily does come out on top with the duel, but they still have a whole lot to do if they want to make this work. They do find an isolated 1v1 on Wonder Man. They are able to pick up the spike. Empress is available. It's 1v2. They're gonna have to go now or never. They will be spotted out. 7 bullets coming through. They want to go for the spike. Looking to fake it. It's gonna give Thorek a false sense of security, but not enough bullets coming through. And Thorek securing the thrifty for their team. 12-5. Match point coming through.
But those bullets running out, you hate to see it though. Oh, damn, that hurt. Yeah. I mean, in a way, I understand it, right? You don't want to make that noob mistake of reloading way too early because, you know, you'd just be called out. But in this case, it was just terribly unfortunate. It is Team Thorek on the 12th round on that match point, set to get themselves the first 3 points in this group stage.
Oh, Recombo's going to be destroyed immediately. That is some information coming through from to the side of Thorek. But this is one of the things that Thoric's team has been quite good at, is if this were the opposite, like the other way around, and Seni were the ones who found an initial tag early on Thoric's team, they would have brought every single member onto B site. Whereas Thoric, they're more than comfortable playing it slowly, they're more than comfortable waiting patiently, having that discipline, waiting for Seni to be pushing into them, because they are aware that they're coming in with the worst buy. Ooh, Orbital Strike is to clear out. Market Molly's going to be pushing off anyone that wants to push in from CT. Mousy playing in Boathouse. They get 2 each, and it's an absolute slaughterhouse coming through. Emily once again left by themselves. But as the rest of Thoric come through, it's a win secured. Seni looking incredibly shaky, with Thoric, on the other hand, they did that.
Anything but shaky, you know. They were just shaking down their opponents, I'll tell you that much. Absolutely destroyed. And so it seems that we actually don't know anything about these unknown factors. I had really thought, you know, oh, Team Thoric, there's no ranks available? Okay, I guess they're kind of the unknown factor. Team Seni will know. They will be able to get it, but absolutely not. 5-13, that's the score. And GG's to Team Thoric. They make a really good start, and they get a lovely 3 points in the pocket.
Yeah, a couple of rounds eventually were being able to be secured by Seni, and were they the strongest and cleanest round? Not particularly. I think those were more down to the fact that Thoric were making some mistakes. So yes, Thoric, they are a strong team, but of course, you know, there's always going to be a couple of things that you want to be working on, that you want to be focusing on, that you want to ensure that they're just working well together. And you can tell they have played together a bit as a team, but again, this is just, you know, the group stage. If they make it out today, they're going to be going to the semis, they're going to be going to the finals. So we'll see how that's going to be playing out. We're going to be going to a break as we have Thoric versus Holak, which according to the Polish stream, they are the 2 strongest teams that are going to be competing here today. So I'm expecting a banger. What about you, RJ?
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be one beautiful matchup. I'm excited for that to go down. And I think that we're going to have some real spectacle waiting for us after a break.
We'll be back shortly.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second game of the day. We just saw Thorak walk away with that win. They did incredibly well, but they're now going to be having to face off against Holak. And RJ, we said that these teams are pretty strong. Well, the Polish stream said that these teams are pretty strong. We don't really have much information available, but you might have some?
Just a little bit.
Yeah,
Thing is, Team Thorak, you know, known faction at this point. At the beginning, he was unknown. We did not know what to expect, but as it seemed, they're actually a really, really strong team. Team Holak, well, they're a team that are actually playing without their captain. Now, that could be problematic. Their captain is currently off fighting some other battles, as they will be dealing with a stand-in. Now, something interesting to keep in mind is the fact that Team Holak actually is mainly composed of a team of semi-pros. We could call them, you know, a mix that has been playing together for a little while. So definitely expect Holak to have some pretty good odds in this and have some pretty good chances, as we will see them battling it out against Team Thorak. I think that this has potential to be a really close match.
Yeah, last game specifically, I feel like a lot of these strategies that you expect to be seeing from teams that have been playing together for a little longer was just something that was lacking. I didn't really see Senyu coming through with any revolutionary strategies, and a lot of the times in mid-rounds, they were really struggling to adapt and to kind of change up the pace to challenge Thorak a bit more when you're actually in the game and when you're actually going from like defensive side to the attacking side. A couple of gambles coming through as well in those eco rounds. So hopefully this time around, Holak, they're gonna have that opportunity to bring some of those strategies, some of that creativity, some of that adaptability to the game. And the Polish desk said it. Ascent is the Polish map, and they were right once again. We're gonna be going to Ascent, the cardboard maps, as some people like, as I like to call it. Some people, I like to call it the cardboard map. But RJ, Ascent once.
What?
Yeah, I'm actually not an AI. Who knew this? Like, I like a human, like Genie. Like what? But RJ, Ascent. How are you feeling? We just had it, but how are you feeling about this one? What do you want to see differently from these teams in comparison to what we saw first game?
Well, obviously, I'm feeling a little bit, you know, repetitive in that sense. But hey, I'm not going to complain. Who knows? Maybe we'll have a day where we just see Ascent 6 times in a row. Wouldn't that be crazy?
Don't say that. No, now you said it. Now it's going to happen.
No, isn't it the other way around? No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Honestly, I think right now I would like to see maybe a bigger play around that mid area. I feel like that was really ignored a lot of the times on the previous matchup. And maybe just those better tactics, right? Stronger usage of abilities, better executions in that regard, that you actually see the likes of, you know, a recon dart, some omen smokes, and for example, that killjoy swarm coming through. There's a lot of options, really. Just a combination of all those sorts of factors to actually make for one strong, unified team, because that's kind of what I was missing.
Yeah, I guess we're going to have to wait and see if it's going to be more of a unified team. I have a feeling that, you know, after what we've heard about the team coming through from Holak, that's definitely something that they are able to do. They said it, you know, you said it yourself. They have 3 players who do play together quite consistently. So they're most likely quite used to themselves. And if you have that core of the team that is already very well gelled together, it's quite easy for the next 2 pieces to fall into place. Looking at Thorak and the way that they played last game, I genuinely felt like it was more of individual performance, individual players popping off, individual players making plays that actually then snowball and give the team enough pressure to cash in on those rounds one by one. So I'm not entirely sure how they're going to be phasing up against a team that might have those strategies in place, a team that might have a lot of that teamwork already in place. They're already used to each other. They know what they're doing. So definitely an interesting one. I think it could genuinely go either way. If we could be going to a really close game, we could maybe see another 13-0. I'm joking. We could maybe see another quick game. I think, you know, anything can happen at this point, and I'm happy to see how this is going to be played out. But I also think that as well as Thorak played last game, you never know with Holak, you know, after what we just heard, yes, maybe Holak is not available, but the fact that 3 of those members have some really good experience under their belt, they'll definitely know how to react to certain situations that last time around Senyu wasn't able to.
No, and I think that being quick on the uptake in that sense is a really important quality to have as a team. You've got to be able to counter strat, right? Realize, okay, this is a pattern that's establishing itself, and break through that as quickly as possible to make sure that your opponents can't continuously keep catching you out with the exact same tactic, because that's also the kind of thing that you do notice happening every now and then when you've got this matchup, when you've got this battle where two teams are just, you know, having that much of a skill disparity, and where there's one team that is clearly outclassed by the other. I think that that's something that you want to avoid, and you've got to be able to counter that, and you've got to be able to make sure that you read your opponent's tactics and you don't keep going for the same mistake every time.
Yeah, adaptability is something that really does make or break a team, and last time around I felt like we haven't really seen too much of that from either team, to be completely honest. So this time around could maybe be more of a difference. I think as well last round, the fact that Thorek was able to lock in that fade and put up quite an incredible performance on that agent, specifically with the util that is available to her, that is in it, you know, just individually to her. That was quite nice to see. Teams again haven't really had the chance to adapt. They haven't really had the chance to play against a whole lot of fade, which means that you're always going to be coming out with an element of surprise, because how are you going to be playing it? Do they have lineups available? Have they, you know, practiced that? You never know. You know, it's Valorant. People love their lineups. It's pretty much synonymous at this point with the game. But I think the fact that Holak, as we said, they might have that experience, I would assume that it also are fully aware of what Fade does. They're fully aware of what they can expect, and also expecting lesser mistakes to be made. So a couple of things that we saw last game specifically coming through from Senyu was the fact that if there was any action happening on one side of the map, it's either a really big over rotation that would be coming through from the other players, or they would just kind of drop their guard and get picked off when they are going for those rotations. So again, looking forward to see how they're going to be dealing with that.
Most certainly. So currently, by the way, we're still waiting for just one more player. Once they appear on the server, then we'll be good to get this party started. So hey, maybe you still need to get, you know, a glass of water or something, or a quick snack to enjoy the second match. This is definitely the time for it. Still, yeah, I am looking forward to it, and I'm yeah, please, just come on, make it work.
Casters, what are you doing?
Sadly, it doesn't go that well. You know, I wish sometimes that I had a magical wand and they could just, you know, whisk away or do whatever and make sure that these players are in their place. But hey, patience is a virtue at times. And I am still really excited for this match. You know, I just want to put that out there. I believe our Polish colleagues, when they say this is going to be a really exciting matchup, this is the one that might just be the closest battle yet. And yeah, I just wonder how this is going to go. Do you see potential here for like the first draw to come through already, maybe?
I think, considering we haven't really seen much come through from Holak, that's something that we can't really say as of yet. But the way that Thorek played the game last time, specifically like the first game of the day that we saw, there were a lot of cracks in their armor, and there were a lot of kind of small mistakes that are coming through. And I am expecting that if you are playing at a semi-professional level, if you have played for a very long time together, you're going to be having that opportunity, having that knowledge, having that experience to punish those mistakes. So I think as much as we can maybe, you know, speculate that it will be a close game, we can also speculate that it could not be at all. I think it's really going to be, again, depending on how these players are going to be showing up. And the fact that they don't have Holak available, that could maybe hurt them as well, because that's like the captain is not there. Who's going to be filling out the role? Who's going to be IGLing for them? And what agents are they going to be picking?
Who's going to be steering the ship? We'll make sure to get them through the dark, troubled times that they might be facing. Well, I suppose that we'll find that out in a moment. So let's take a look at this agent select and see who goes for what. I'm seeing Omen pop up. For the rest, obviously, Sova on either side. Killjoy also coming through. What other agent do you expect here? What are you missing? Nah.
I'm missing the Phoenix. I'm missing the Phoenix. Kosti, do it. Do it, Kosti. Do it. You won't. He won't do it.
No. Of course not. What kind of clown would pick Phoenix in the current meta?
What
that
do you
is
mean? Okay, listen,
bonkers.
Phoenix buffs are on the way. That's gonna be like potentially something, you know, that you guys might want to like keep an eye out. But the standard comp coming through, the Reyna, I think Reyna last game specifically, I didn't really feel that there was much of an impact. And I know people love to hate on Reyna, one of those agents that's very, very selfish. The way that it's played, you're only playing it for yourself. You're not really playing it much for the team. You have that opportunity to overheal. You have the opportunity to dismiss. And Ascent, you know, Reyna, I want to see how this is going to work, because last time around I genuinely felt like it didn't work out for the team. There wasn't much that you can do. Yes, you have the lair available, you can flash yourself out, you can maybe flash your team out, but again, it's something that they can destroy. It's something that the other team can take advantage of. So in the right hands, it can genuinely do something. But again, is this the player? Is this the Reyna main that we have been waiting for on this broadcast?
I suppose that we'll be finding out in a moment. We saw Wonderman, who, you know, was that absolute clutch player in the previous matchup. Who knows, maybe Kosti will be their arch nemesis, their mortal opponent, that Reyna being the absolute impact player.
Turret out.
We'll find out.
And
For now,
Incognito.
What about Incognito? Do you think this is going to be a mirror matchup?
Team?
Is that going to be scary as well?
I'm not entirely sure how. I mean, you have the difference between the Sage and the Reyna. The Sage has an opportunity to put a barrier orb in mid and kind of give you that control off of it quite early on. And there you go, Incognito coming in clutch already. Kareem finds the 3K, starting off this round so incredibly strong. And that's why I said Incognito at the beginning of the game, because Incognito, these already popping off.
Boom. Impact found, and Team Holak clearly making the mark. Kosti on the follow-up and going for the double. Never mind. Exy denies that chance. Karami and Kosti both fall, and it is Xipe to find the last kill. Team Holak, strong start made.
Yeah.
And it's the Killjoy doing all of the work.
Yeah, Killjoy and Killjoy doing Killjoy things. Kareem was able to punish the aggressive push that was coming off from B main. Wonderman with Mousy and Nitro, they go for those individual isolated 1v1s. They're giving Kareem that opportunity to get the pick, and yes, they double swing. But if he clicks your head first, you know, that's how Valorant kind of works. The person who clicks the other person's head first is the person that walks away. Yeah, I know it's really difficult to understand, guys, but if you are the first one to click their head, then you win. That's how it works. It's just literally that easy.
So that's why I've been failing all my comp games. I see.
Oh, you're clicking feet. Yeah, you don't want to be clicking feet. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
no, not into that.
Not a thing.
For now, the spike is planted. And Team Holak, they've made their mark. It's Team Thoric on that return 3v4. I don't know if a retake is possible, but maybe Wonderman and Nitro can pull it off, as Xipe currently will fall back. I
Paranoise.
do wonder. Yeah, the Phantom. Can it come through? The spray down the transfer, not immediately, but Chavru, this is a difficult name to pronounce, can clutch it out, can find the second. How would you pronounce his name? Help.
Sova.
Yeah. Chavru is what I hear a beautiful producer yelling into my ear. So we're going to go with that.
That wasn't yelling.
Chavru.
That was very nicely telling you how to pronounce the name.
I'm
Don't
sorry.
lie
I'm just
about
so
production.
used. Yeah, no, I'm so used to just, you know, it's like in my mind it is cemented as production telling me something means production yelling and just saying things the way they are. You're very
Stop
true.
clicking feet.
Yeah. You just had to get that in there, didn't you? Oh.
It's genuine advice, and this is something, this map specifically, we've already seen 2 rounds. We're going into round number 3. And what I am currently lacking a little from both of these teams is that mid control. You have the Sage barrier orb coming up in tree. You're giving that control cap, but you're allowing Wonderman to push out quite aggressively. Tag even going to be coming through. And this is a lot of information that they will be able to give out to their team and solidify them, telling them, guys, there's no need to move. They're going to be walking into his crosshair. Is only going to be able to come through for 1. The trade's going to be coming out right away. Nitro going for the aggressive push out of B main, but gets punished for it. Thorak punishing Kosti on the return. And once again, the numbers are equalized across the field.
Most certainly so, but then Xipe finds Exceed, turns the advantage a little bit more towards Team Holak. As currently they'll be getting a B site in their hands. Spike can be planted, but he's still got Sipe drawing this attention, making them think that maybe there's going to be something happening at A. Eventually, though, the Spike gets planted, and now Thoric will be further moving up with this absolutely ugly Phantom skin. Never been a fan of that skin line. Yeah, I know. It's off.
I have more tests to run.
No,
this is
it
the
just
round.
Doesn't work.
It doesn't work. This round also not working for Thoric. This is the round where they had that superior buy coming into it, considering that Holak were only able to hold on to one Phantom that they bought in the second round, and it didn't work out. They weren't able to get any picks. They are even allowing Holak to hold on to the majority of their guns, and that's a scary thing coming into this because now Thoric, their economy is looking a little shaky. It's looking like the crypto market.
Whoa! Oh, wow! Very topical.
Had to go there.
I'm feeling, traumatized right now. Wonder Man, by the way, in the meantime, also.
He's not traumatized.
No, he's causing traumas. I'll tell you that much. 4v4, and maybe that hold will happen as Kerami does make for that last fight. Turret being put down. And now Chavru, who is able to put down that plant. Spike will fall in the positive sense. And Exi will do the same as now Kajak also goes to that fight. And this is Team Holak. Again, pretty quick on that site take and setting themselves up for a really good after plant defense.
Yeah, even the smoke is giving them an opportunity to lurk a little bit. He's going to be able to punish whoever decides to push into it. The shock dart's going to be claiming out one more player, so now they don't even need to peek them. They know where these members are hiding. They hold on to 4 out of 5 rifles once again. And Thorak, yes, they're going to be able to buy now, but this is kind of the situation that Thorak was forcing Senyi in last game specifically. That really scary economical round where you buy, you lose, you save, you buy, you lose, you save. You're kind of stuck in this vicious cycle, and you can't really buy the dip. You're gonna have to either win a thrifty or win a really quick round. So Thorak, they need to step up this round specifically. They have 2 ults available. They have 1 ult available from Wonderman. If he can get a positioning aggressively and correctly and doesn't get spotted out, it could potentially do great for the team. Hosty, starting off with 1. Empress is going to be popped right away. Kajak is going to have to be pushed off a little further. 2 players playing from boat. He's pushed out aggressively onto CT, looking to take out the counter. Jet is expecting that operator does find the initial contact. It's going to be taken out by Nitro, however. The spike is being moved to A.
Enemy down.
And the spike will not be planted straight away. It's also the Jet Mousy coming through to maybe hold this off, but Kosti will be ready for that defense. As currently the spike gets planted, a 3v3 situation presents itself. Well, currently it will be Team Thoric that has to retake. So far, they've not been successful in that sense. Smoke popping, player getting close. Kosti going for the fight, but not succeeding. Nitro Wonderman actually taking out. And there's no Hunter's Fury or anything available for Chavru. Means that this defuse will come through. And that Team Thoric will be able to find their first round.
Yeah, they even get to hold on to that operator, which is quite nice for them. And a very aggressive and quick push coming through from Holak this time around was punished accordingly. They've been going to A side for the last 3 rounds and consecutively. And this time around, the gamble from Thorak to be stacking onto A side in terms of having 2 players vote and 1 player market worked out for them. And Holak, they need to re-strategize this thing because this is the adaptability that we were talking about in the pre-game lobby, where if you don't adapt as quickly as you are expected to, and if you don't adapt at all, then you're at risk of losing more rounds than you should. Thorak, they are adapting. They changed their strategy. They're enforcing A site. So now Holak, they have to adapt accordingly to make sure that they don't get anti-strategized. And that's the beauty of Valorant. Every single round, you have to come up with something new. Or you just click their heads.
Something new? Yeah, I was about to say, this is something new, right? Does this count? There's currently 3 people get found, but at least Nitro's Hunter's Fury can come into play. Well, I still think that, well, He's in a disadvantaged situation, right? Sage also on that return in mid, may be able to find a frag there actually on Jets, but never mind. Kajak really good on the read, takes out Thorek, and even finds a triple in total. So that's Team Holak continuing. Only a temporary setup, so it seems like, from Team Thorek.
Yeah, Team Holak have been able to change it up accordingly this time around. The pace, going for B side rather than A, moving around on those rotations. They even got the Killjoy ult to be invested, which is quite a heavy investment from the side of Thorek, because they were investing it for the defensive side. They didn't invest it for retake. They didn't invest it to gather information. It was more, yeah, we're gonna invest this because we feel like this is going to be a hard B hit, and that wasn't the case. So getting that util baited out immediately at the beginning of the round and rotating accordingly is played out well for Holak, and Kajak dashing in. The beauty of the two duelists that are being ran right now as well by Holak is the fact that you're dashing in as the Jet, and you have that Reyna right behind you coming through from the frags for the individuals that you spotted when you're dashing in. That's how it should be played, and that's how they're playing it. And Thorek, they're really struggling.
Most certainly so. Maybe now set to lose another team member as Kosti holds the ankle. Kajak also finds a player, and Nitro returns. Karemi then continuing, and Shavru being one of the last hunters, so to speak, ready to meet Mousy in a moment as he pushes up. A little bit aggressive perhaps, but hey, he can get away with it, I think. As Mousy will return on the frenzy, actually, but Karami is right there for the refrag. 6-1. So far, Team Holek are showing the fact that they are composed majorly of those semi-pros.
Yeah, they have the strategies coming through, the adaptability, the calm under pressure. It's working out in their favor. And even when they are committing to a site, they ensure that the util that is invested is so incredibly well used that Thorek are really struggling to counteract it in any way, shape, or form. Last time around, Thorek didn't even have a buy, so it's not really something that you expected them to be winning. But definitely some economic damage was expected to be caused, and that's usually the sole goal of those economy rounds. This time around, again, the lockdown is being invested really early on in these rounds. It's looking to flush out the site. And instead, a flank being spotted out right away by Wonderman. Blade Storm available for Kajak. Looking to play it aggressively. He's gonna have to move out of those mollies, but it's not gonna be able to quite do so just yet.
For now, it's a bit of a more patient game. Kosti finds Thorek in the meantime. It's a 3v3 at least, despite not being planted yet. Eventually, it will be committed to Orcside. That's a good read. That's a beautiful double. Maybe even a triple, although Exi denies that chance. Kerami will move to be the next point of attack instead, with that basic as can be Phantom. Target found. Exi down. And Team Holek, they might even make this a quicker round, a quicker match than the first. I've got to say, I'm a little bit disappointed. I'd expected this to be somewhat closer, but that does not seem to be the case.
Yeah, the core members from Incognito, you have Kareem, you have Saib, you have Kajak. They are really good as a trio. They are genuinely playing off very well off of each other. And then you even have Kosti in the mix, a player that you may not have expected to do so, but the synergy going on between Kosti and Kajak in terms of entry fragging, it's been doing incredibly well for Holak, and they're really forcing Holak in a bit of an awkward position in terms of you're gonna have to put multiple members onto a site. And this is the mid control being completely abused. Wonderman going towards log, gets spotted out right away. Carter's already onto site, gets to pick himself. One more player left to deal with, but Niger is gonna be able to shut that down eventually. He's gonna be able to pick up that Phantom. Only a couple of bullets left, and we'll have to go for the reload, but instead goes for the Sheriff pick on Kareem. Doesn't work out in his favor, gets dropped instead, and gives the site control over to Thorak. Mouse the only one left standing. He's gonna have to call that save. It's a 1v4 situation that he might not be very happy dealing with.
Oh, absolutely not. So unhappy, I think, that he might be caused out by Kosti over it in a moment, but now we'll move back. Mousy, though. Will he expect the Omen this close? It definitely looks like it. Sight will go down. And that at least means Mousy can get rid of that ugly, ugly little stinger. Never been a fan of that SMG. It just
Hey,
doesn't
nothing wrong.
vibe with me.
You're hating on skins. You're hating on SMGs.
Yeah, I know.
What's next?
I'm a
You're
little
gonna hate on
hater
your
today.
co-caster? Like, what's going on? Who hurt you?
I can never
you?
actually hate on my co-caster. Nobody hurt me. I'm very happy. Nobody hurt me.
Just dishing out some hate today for free.
Yeah. You know, yesterday I was a little bit, screwed over by public transport. So that hurt me a little bit. But that's kind of it. Yeah, can you imagine that you go on a train and they say, due to an unexpected shortage of personnel, the train will not be going to the station I needed to go to. It just stopped earlier. It just didn't go further than one of the last, I think the second to last station before my stop. Absolutely insane, just like Chabru. Yeah, just like Chabru might try to be with the Hunter's Shuri. Kareem now opening up further. Kajak, though, only one kayak. Names are difficult. Kosti now on that return. Mousy going down. And it's a 3v2. This might be a round for Thoric to come through, especially with Kosti struggling with the spray. Chavru then remaining as the last man standing. Now falling back. Taking the spike with him, but probably realizing that a save is more in order. Oh, that's a difficult fight to find. The recon dart will not find anyone. Chavru to go down. Nitro with the final kill. And at least to add one little positive note to that story about public transport I was telling, I sent a message to a mate of mine. I was like, dude, help. I'm stuck. Instead of door stuck, it's RJ stuck. And he came and picked me up. And we ended up, just vibing, playing a bit of chess. And I still had a lovely evening. Yeah.
The power of friendship coming in clutch for RJ.
Exactly.
Power of friendship also coming in clutch for Holak. Incognito, the two main players, are kind of on the top of that scoreboard. And Kareem doing a lot. Also beautiful synergy coming through from Kosti and Karjak. This time around, Kosti's going to be the first one to drop. Mousy's going to get a little bit too eager. He's looking to make it a 2k, but does get punished for it. Kareem's not having any of that today. Meanwhile, these Sage Barrier Orbs that have been put onto A main every single time very consistently have been putting a bit of a spanner in the works for Holak. The trade is going to be coming through, though. Eventually, Thoric does get put down, but Wonderman is looking to make this his round. Finds 2 picks, but that's all that's going to be. Gets shut down by Xipe. He's looking to play this a little too aggressively. He's going to be lurking in his own smoke. It's going to work out in his favor. He's going to even have that opportunity to go back to safety.
Spikes down.
And now it's Nitro left to clutch out a 1v2.
Nice attempt there with the swarm grenade, but it won't amount to much. It's Xipe instead going for that third kill. And Team Holak on 9 rounds, maybe potential for the double digits, actually. As currently Team Thoric, they are going to obviously be throwing everything at it. There'll be heavy armor available, but you can notice some slight struggles appearing. Look at Wonderman. Man's struggling, but he does get a Vandal handed to him by the looks of it. Someone realizing we gotta make sure our clutch player can actually come in clutch. It's the last round in the first half. Let's see what our halftime score will actually be. There's the entry. Kosti moving ahead to take out a turret. Start things off with. Kosti getting the first fight. Mousy on the return with the Blade Storm, but Chavru then popping off further. It's a 4v3, but it's Team Holak quickly deciding to leave the B site for what it is.
Yeah, they have the numbers advantage secured. A lot of util thrown at their face. Paranoia even making it that much more difficult to actually get into those small angles that the barrier orb has created. So they're calling it a day. Kareem with the correct timing is gonna find one though. He's not expecting 2 players to already be there. The resurrection's already been invested from the side of Thoric as well, so Jet is back online. Wonderman with the shrouded steps gonna come through with the noise cues. A bit of a fake. Does spot the Sova. Just that cape always giving away where the player is. They know that there's gonna be 1 player on Radiator and there's 2 pushing out at the same time from Tree as they're looking to collapse on the Sova. They find 1. Xipe is left to clutch with Kosti. Sype is the only one left. Does hear noise. And here's the footsteps wrapping around, using the smoke to perfectly dashes into the wall. Mousy, that's not where you want it to go. And right into Sype's crosshair is where he finds himself. Double digits secured by Holak already on the first side of things.
Absolutely insane, the manner in which Holak can actually do this. And a 2-10 scoreline at the half. Well, that is so undeniably dominant. I wonder what Team Thoric will still be able to do in this. I stand here hoping to be surprised by them, hoping to see an attacker side that'll be going a lot better for them. But currently, I cannot deny the fact that even Wonderman in this case can't make a miracle happen. Still so far behind. And to be fair, maybe that's the issue, right? Maybe it's the fact that Wonderman, he isn't clutching as hard as he usually is. Maybe that's what Team Thoric is missing right now.
It's very difficult to clutch against players that are very well synergized and playing together as a team. Usually when you're taking out one, there's always a trade that's going to be coming through. They're always playing together as a unit. They know where they want to be and how they want to execute their strategies. And it's much more difficult to clutch against such an organized mechanism rather than having those individual players that are very easy to take out. And Kosti just an absolute tear, is already found two, is looking to go for a couple more. Remaining. And now with Sova, only one left. It's looking a bit difficult for Nitro as he gets taken out, but 11-2, that's the pistol round 1. And you know what that means, RJ? It means that they're going to be able to buy Spectres. Are you scared? It's a Phantom!
Oh, no. Not Spectres! Oh no, it's not a Phantom! Oh, I'm so scared.
Yeah, RJ's scared, guys.
Would help.
Quaking in your boots.
Really, though. And now you even see Team Thoric saying, we're going to commit anyways. We're going to make the best out of this because we just don't want to give Team Holak that much points. And I get it, though. I mean, Team Holak is just so strong. You've got to deny them any pressure possible. And maybe Wonderman will do that at the start. Sype, though, comes through. Xe fragged out. For now, a trade has happened. It's a 4v4, and it's Team Thoric that might be a little bit more disadvantaged due to the slightly lower HP on Sova. Kajak, though. Kajak, I don't know. I really struggle with names today as well. It's life.
It's just not your day.
No.
Life is pain.
Currently, no, that's a bit too heavy, isn't it? As currently Kajak, he is holding down the fray with his judge, but obviously at a long range, that thing doesn't work as well, I've been told.
Yeah, the judge can sometimes be executioner and jury as well, but that's only if they're actually going to be walking into you. Seems like there's going to be a push coming through B main, so Kayak might have that opportunity to capitalize off of that investment that he made this time around. But no one else from the side of Holak wants to give up their position. They have a lot of util onto A site as well. That Killjoy really coming in clutch.
30 seconds left.
And this looks like that initial contact is going to be made. Thorax is going to be spotted out immediately. Bulldog doing some form of damage. Looking to wall themselves onto the site. Gonna be able to do so right away. Sype a little lower on that HP. The shock dart's gonna come through, blowing Kareem up right away. But Nitro is gonna get punished for it. They want to go for the spike, but they didn't actually check their corners. Wonderman gets punished, and so does every other member from the side of Thorak. Holak walking away with the win. Those Vandals paying off. Those Phantoms, you know, you should be scared of them. Because it looks like Thorak genuinely were as well.
Very much so, and I also want to highlight the fact that we were already nearing the end of that round. The time it was becoming a factor, and it was Team Holak that are just absolutely dominating, that are catching out Team Thoric, that are showing there's no ground for you here to even stand on. And for now, we look ahead. I wonder how this will go, but I'm a little bit afraid here. It seems very likely that now the judge will be coming through, finds the first, the second in a moment. And that's a statement already. That's Wonderman taken out 3v5. How is Team Thoric going to recover from this? I'm not too sure. Kosti moves ahead further. Xe will fall. Kajak just moving up and up as Kosti shows the aggressiveness. The Lear comes through, the wall gets destroyed. Sype moves ahead, Mouse is caught out, and it's a triple for Kajak at the end. It's Team Holak 13-2. Yeah, this is something different compared to the first match that we saw so far. This is even more dominant. And well, honestly, altogether, this is just an excellent performance from Team Holak.
Yeah, we said that this might be very close one, or it might not be, depending on how the 3 core individuals from the side of Holak are going to be performing. But that last round, I'm still wrapping my head around it. That was just a judge in their own smoke. They spotted out Kojak, but they still wanted to push into Kojak, so he then was able to get the second pick. They had the dash come through again. And this is those things. You can say, like, Jet, yes, she got nerfed, but if you're picking up kills like this, it can be considered a buff, because he even instantly got that dash available, was able to dash back to safety and go back in once again with the rest of his team, and that's how they close off this round they close out the game so convincingly. There's a beautiful performance coming through, and genuinely, this was something that I was a little worried about from the side of Thorak, because we saw them in the first game they were playing against. Senyu was a bit of a disorganized team coming through, and so far, Holak, they're looking really, really strong, and they know what they're doing.
Oh, most certainly so. They seem like the experts, and they deservedly get these extra points in. So far, of course, that also means that we've got a pretty clear situation. Holak and Thorak, they are leading the fray. But for this third map, obviously, that's going to be completely different. That's going to be 2 different teams. Moving back a little bit, though, speaking some more about this second match here. Team Holak have definitely set themselves up as, I think, the most dominant factor so far in this tournament. So I'm just really curious to see how things will shift, how things will change in a moment.
Yeah, because we're going to be looking at Senyi versus Sayu as the next game, and we're going to head... English is really difficult today. We're going to be heading off to a break, and we're going to be coming back with Senyu versus Sayu, so don't go anywhere.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Welcome back, everyone, to the third game of the day, where Senyi is going to be taking on Sayu. And we just saw an incredibly convincing win coming through from Holak versus Thorek on Ascent specifically. RJ, what can we say about that game?
Honestly, I mean, that game was just a dominant showing and a half from Team Holak.
And a half?
Even if... And a half, yeah, I know, right? Just even more than just a dominant showing, but even more than that. Honestly, Team Holak, the fact that they were lacking their captain, I barely noticed it, really. For them, it seemed like everything was going their way. A dominant 13-2 score just says enough. And obviously, it is a team with 4 Immortals, 1 Radiant. So that should kind of give you an idea, right, how strong that they are. Still, Team Thorek, they kind of surprised us. We'd expected a much closer fight, a much closer competition based on their performance versus Team Senny. So now, to see Team Senny going up against Team Sayu, I really wonder how this one's going to pan out, because Sayu's also got a Radiant. Will this be another dominant showing from Team Sayu in that case? And, you know, those Radiants leading the party, leading the fray?
Find out on the next episode of Not Joking. You're going to be finding that out today. We're going to be looking at that very shortly. But you're absolutely correct. Senny versus Sayu. You saw Senny already in that first game of the day. Didn't really go as planned. And the team in general looking very distorted in terms of how they want to execute things. They've had a couple of games. They've had an hour or two. I'm not entirely sure how long we've been live, but they had a bit of a time to kind of reel it back in and really discuss how they want to be tackling this next game. Whereas when we're looking at Sayu, we haven't really seen much of them as of yet, but definitely one of those teams, as you mentioned yourself, when you have a player who is in such a high rank, they will usually have that capability to get the team calm under pressure, to give them ideas, to give them strategies. And we even have the map picks available, so we're going to be going to Ascent. I'm not sure if that's right. We're going to be going to Haven. Yes, the caster curse is broken. Okay, we're not just going to be seeing Ascent today. We got Haven. We got those 3 spike sites, and it brings a difference into the mix. So RJ, I can tell you're very happy, very excited to see it. What are your thoughts on Haven?
I mean, first things first, right? I am happy that I didn't jinx it as hard as you said that I would by saying, oh, we're just going to see Ascent all day long. It'll be very ironic if now, after this match, we do see Ascent again, but hey, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Why are you like this?
He does it again. He does it again. I am just really excited to have
co-caster?
Haven. Whoa! Whoa! I'm just happy to be seeing Haven. You know, I'm happy to be seeing a different map. And I do think the tree bomb or the 3 spike sites even, they do make things different. They do make for a completely, well, change up, right, in the style of play. And I don't know, I would maybe even argue that it gives the attackers more options, more luxury, because you're always going to be relying on those rotations from the defending side. Would you say that there's one particular side that's actually favored on this map? That it is, you know, maybe a little bit attacker-sided or maybe a little bit defender-sided?
I think in general, the resources from the defensive side are going to be spread quite thin, because you do have that mid that a lot of players like to contest. A lot of teams like to go for garage. They like to go for B side, because if you have that garage under control, you got that C link coming down. You can even go for C if you want to. You can go towards B through C link. You have a lot of opportunities to actually play around that area of the map. And when we're looking at A side, it's very much excluded towards, you know, the left side of the map as well. So a lot of teams will then have to bring their players in. So for the attacking side, definitely something to be taken into consideration. We've seen a lot of teams feel very comfortable picking that Sage, running it onto B side. You get the Sage barrier orb, you cut the site in half, and that actually means that you only have to, if you decide to put it towards the A side, you only have to look at C link, or if you put it towards the C side, you only have to look at A link. And that really does give you a lot of opportunities to play the post plans, because usually teams will then plant for a window, which then gives you that opportunity to make sure that you're looking out for flanks. You just have to wait until they tap the spike, and then you click their heads or their feet or their shoulders or whatever it is that you want to click. You click something, get them off the spike. So in general, Haven, one of those maps where a lot of strategy can come into play. It's one of those maps that has been around since I don't even know how long Valorant's been around. I'm not really good at maths, so I'm not even going to pretend that I know. But in general, there's a lot of strategy. 2020. 2 years! Yay! That was pretty good. So Valorant been around for... So Haven's just been around for such a long time that there's a lot of different strategies, a lot of different comps, a lot of different things and creativities that teams can bring out. And that's what I'm looking forward to see. Looking forward to see what these teams can pull off. And, you know, if they can show us something that we haven't really seen before.
I do have to add a little bit of addendum there, by the way. I say 2020, but I remember around that time the beta got out. I don't know if you remember that time. I had to like watch streams the whole time and hope that somewhere a key was going to drop for you. Yeah, back when I was still young. And no, just kidding. I am still very young. But yeah, good times. Still, speaking a little bit more about this, right? Haven, especially, right? I think positioning is going to be a really important factor in total. Even knowing where you put your spike, but altogether, there's quite a few of those nasty corners, in my opinion. All the time, you've got these angles, right? You've got all these places, these nooks and crannies where players can hide away. And that's something that I just think of right away when I think of Haven, is the fact that, you know, almost every position, right, seems to have a corner near it. You know, take window, everywhere you have those like little hooks made so that you can completely turn around and that you can have that surprise element coming through time and time again. So I'm going to be really curious to see how the players will be positioning themselves and how fast that they'll be able to be on those rotations as well. Communication, I think, will be a solid, important factor coming through too, due to the fact that your communication has to be good to make sure that you actually keep your teammates updated on the positions of those enemies, on that intel. Make sure that there's a constant, steady flow of information so that everyone knows exactly who is where to anticipate people from, and what to do in most situations.
Yeah, and that's, again, really one of those things that teams will have to kind of build up that synergy over time. It's very much about, can you adapt on those rounds? Can you make sure that you have the strategies in place to actually execute the beginning of the round? Do you have that safety net, as if when you lose your first player, your entry duelist, usually that would be the case. What do you do? And that's something that we saw with Senni specifically. Once they lost that entry duelist, they were kind of left scrambling to figure out what their next steps were. So hopefully when you're on to Haven, that's something that you can kind of figure out a bit more. It's one of those maps that teams are usually very comfortable with, and also it gives you that opportunity to bring out creativity. You're not constrained to go to one site, you can always come through, but again, you also have to make sure that you're staying very vigilant when it comes to those flanks, because again, it's Haven and there's a lot of space that teams can be playing around with. And also I think that the agents, specifically as we're going to be looking at right about now, is going to have a very big impact on how these strategies are going to be executed and how these teams are going to be playing. The Omen, the Killjoy, the Jet, I think all very standard. I'm actually excited about the Breach on Haven. I don't see it too often, but I think it can do quite a lot.
It hasn't been locked in yet, so who knows? That might still be changed up. I don't know if you would change it up. Who would you maybe replace Breach with?
Sage is very standard on to a Haven specifically, but you know, Breach brings a lot of utils in terms of the fault lines, in terms of the Rolling Thunder. It even has the flashes available, so definitely one of those agents that you can play off of. And they already have the Sky in, so you say that, you know, potentially you can say that they have those flashes already, like the agents. But definitely maybe someone to collect a bit more of that information. Sky does play that role as well. Breach is not really going to be able to give it to you. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for the Breach, maybe the Sova, the Sage as well. I know a lot of players like playing Sage. You have 2 orbs available. You can farm up your ult. If you have that Jet, you have that Resurrection available as well, the heal. So yeah, different options for different teams and different play styles, and they are locking in the chamber. But there has been a nerf to that trademark, so you only have 1. I'm interested to see how they're going to be playing it.
I wonder as well, by the way, of it, the Breach was also locked in at the very end. The only similarity that I actually saw straight away with the Jets appearing on either side, I believe, and that's kind of it. For the rest, you had Brimstone versus Breach, you had KO versus, let's say, a Sky Killjoy versus then that Chamber. There's a lot of interesting options here, and it's a very dynamic agent selection. We're going to be seeing quite a lot of chaos on those spike sites, I think. All those abilities working through one another. I also do wonder how Brim's smokes are going to come into play. Obviously, I am a Brimstone main, so I do like to see how people utilize them. Wow. Hey, I had my golden days, okay, when the Stim Beacon was the hottest thing on the server. Yeah, that's no longer the case, sadly. But hey, details.
You know what?
For now,
RJ, you had the golden days, but never the golden elo.
Ow. Ow.
I'm so sorry. That's so mean.
Yep. Yep. Now I want a different co-caster. Wow. My feelings. Oof. Owie. Ouch. Let's take a look and see whose feelings are going to be destroyed after this round, at least. It's Team Seni versus Team Sayu. The both of these, a lovely matchup. Still, though, has to be said, Team Sayu, they are the ones with the Radiant in the team. They are the ones with those 3 Immortals as well. So definitely keep an eye out on them. The spike will be planted rather quickly, though. That's Team Seni who have made a good start. And for now, Kobe moving ahead. That first retake being attempted in a moment. Zayda finding the first kill, though. But Emily holding it off just a little bit. However, Kobilov and Sayu, they come through. Seni on the defense with the Frenzy. And a 2v3 remaining. This time on the spike, Kobilov might be able to commit to a halfie. Oh, never mind. It's just going to be... No, it's not going to be the double, actually. It's not going to be a full defuse. It'll eventually be Sayu to find that and to stick it. Getting the extra point in as well, obviously. And some pistol upgrade, a sheriff for them. Ooh, I like that skin.
Uh-oh. This is a slippery slope, liking skins. Well, Sayu
wow.
initially having members... Initially having those members onto C site, they had 3 players on C, 1A, 1B. They were just spreading those resources rather thin. Going for that initial idea that is going to be a C hit. Now, once the site, A site, was fully under Seni's banner, Sayu had that opportunity to wrap all the way around and push up quite aggressively very early on because a lot of information was given through that it's going to be an A hit. It played out perfectly fine for them. A couple of corners that might have had to be checked, but this is this aggressive push coming out once again from the side of Sayu, allowing Seni and Emily to get a pick each. But Zaydar with the Spectre is just doing so much damage to this team that he's even going to make sure that it's only 1 member left. Has the spike available, comes through with that 4K, and you blink and you miss this round.
Well, I did blink, and it's gone. It's over. What happened? I don't understand. Seriously,
Boom,
though, what
boom,
did happen
pow.
is they got that boom boom. No.
Oh my goodness.
Yep. Oh Lord, I hate myself. Why would I even just completely commit to that? Dearie me. Team Sayu, they're committing as well. They are making a lovely start. 2-0. And we're entering a tech pause. Now, that does happen as well sometimes. Clearly, they just heard my epic lyrics and they decided,
yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, we need to take a moment. We need to take a breather because this just happened and that's something that we want to clip and eternalize forever. What's the last time you had a technical pause, Jeannie?
Every game. I feel like you're not casting a Valorant game if there's no tech pause.
Oh, wow. Okay, fair point. I was also maybe just thinking about the, the general real life sense. Like, when's the last time that you had something break? Obviously, perfect excuse to buy some HyperX peripherals because those don't break.
Actually, my mouse is on the brink of breaking, so I'm down to buy a mouse because it's just randomly disconnecting, which isn't very nice when you're playing Valorant. Obviously, that's the reason why I'm gold and not because I'm bad at the game.
Cover going out.
I thought you were Radiant. Now I can't even take you seriously anymore. What the hell? No,
if I was
kidding.
You cannot be a caster unless you're Radiant. You're absolutely correct.
Oh, that's terrible. No, let's not do that. Seni committing to the plant in the meantime. Dense, Emily moving on up. Kobe, though, a little bit of resistance, but for now, it's Team Seni that have made their start, have made their mark. Kozak, though, trying to go for the next fight. Sayu even catching out Camlol. Lot. And Sayu on a bit of a roll, finding a double so far. Amor, though, she comes through, will take out Kozak, but Kobe seems to continue. The Vandal rocking the fray, and now the commitment to the defuse. It was already halfway, and that will be a success found by Kobe Love, and another round achieved by Team Sayu.
That's a strategy that we spoke about before the game started, where you have that Sage wall available to cut the B site into half. You go for the plant and you play window, very classical approach, but you'd also have to have someone that's watching Garage. Sardu left completely unchecked. Pushing out aggressively onto Garage is really giving the team so much pressure, where the rest of the members from Seni have to turn around to try and deal with Sayu, but in the meantime, the rest of the team's already on the back of site. They're already clearing out members as well, so it's a bit of a miscommunication in terms of playing the post plant coming through from Seni. Still beautiful round coming through from Sayu, and is actually going to be forcing Seni to go into that eco round. Denster's going to have the Headhunter available as Chambers do, but it does give an advantage to Sayu, which is stretched further even more after they lose their Smoke or Brimstone no longer available. Tom popping off, Kozak taking Seni out himself, and already 2 members down. Aggressive push coming through from Tom's gonna have that Cloud Burst to give him some form of cover, looking to reposition, is gonna dash back to safety. Still has some bullets left, looking to play as aggressively. The Sky Flash is gonna tag away some players. Gonna get some picks off on Almor, but it's not gonna be enough as the rest of the team's already wrapped all the way around. 4-0 start for Sayu.
This is beautiful so far. Sayu making a mark, all right. And Team Seni seemingly nowhere to be found so far. It's a definite struggle, and it's a shame to see it happen like that. Obviously, though, I will reiterate on that Team Seni side, there are 2 platinums that they're dealing with. And obviously, right? Genie, you said it as well. You're gold. I've even had times...
Okay.
No, hold on. This is going to make sense. I've even had times, you know, that I dipped down into silver. So understand. I just wonder if the 2 platinum players are a disadvantage or a bit middle of the road for Team Seni, because, you know, there's a massive skill disparity there. Can they keep up with the 3 Immortals on the team? Let's find out. Seni so far at least keeps up with the enemy Jet. Finds Tommy and will take him down. It's the 4v5. Maybe Team Seni have just made a critical entry.
Yeah, rank is just a number. It's fake. That's all I'm rank, although it does to some extent show the abilities of individual players in that solo queue team environment, it doesn't quite much highlight how a player plays as a team. This is a very different environment and a very different way of exercising and executing your strategies, and that's something that so far, yes, Seni has been struggling with, but this round specifically, they've been doing really well in terms of clearing their corners and pushing aggressively when needed. They've completely changed up the tempo. They have dropped majority of the members of Sayu. They now have to do it in a 1v2. Zayder is making this a 1v1, has equalized the playing field, and now Amor is going to be taking the swing. Works out in their favor, and it's given Seni the first round on the scoreboard, which they so desperately needed.
You did really see that struggle at the end there for Zayder, though, kind of whiffing the spray down and not hitting at all. Harsh reality, but at least for Seni, it's a positive one. The first round indeed, and hopefully one of the many, as currently Team Sayu, they had made that fantastic start. 4 rounds in a row means that currently for Seni, they have to get a couple in a row as well. But you do still notice economic struggle, but obviously not really an economic struggle, as it will be Chamber that can pull out the Tour de Force.
Ouh, tu parles français?
Ouais, vraiment.
Oui, French very much. Sayu, this is something we've seen time and time again from Sayu as well, whether it was Sayu specifically or just another member on the team. They're more than comfortable pushing out aggressively onto site. Look at A main, look at C main. They're pushed out aggressively. They're collecting as much information as they possibly can about members rotating, and they're relaying that back to their team. So if it's going to be a C hit, they'll be knowing that's quite early on. If it's going to be an A hit, they'll be able to give that information away early on as well. In the meantime, on B, you have Kirby just holding an angle, which is something that has worked out for him time and time again. My only worry so far is going to be Garage, is something we said that a lot of teams like to go for, and this time around, it looks like Seni want to be going for Garage. Alarm bot, it's going to give away some information, but they're not fully aware as to how many members might be pushing it.
Let's find out in a moment. Team Seni setting themselves up. Going to be running into an Omen in a moment. will start things off with a wall, trying to cure that spike plant in the first instance, perhaps. Still, though, Kobe's going to deny vision, and that will make life a bit more difficult, I think.
Ooh, they're going for Garage. The Paranoia is not going to be able to come through. He's going to be able to get one player, though. Knives are going to click on his forward, coming through with the trade, but they're going on to C side. They're walking into Kozak's crosshair, gets the 2-pick himself. Emily is going to be able to eventually shut him down, but Dancer with the Sword of Force is doing so much more. 1v2 scenario coming through from Tom. The spike is planted. He's going to go through for the updraft. The shot's going to miss. Both players incredibly low. He has to make this one count. Cloudburst is going to give him some form of security. He's going to go up for the updraft once again, but this time around, Denzer hits the shot. Second round in the board for Seni.
Beautifully done, and that was some force, all right, coming out from Chamber. Denser, an absolutely key player, and deservedly clutching that out. 2v4 Team Seni, showing that resistance, maybe coming back on track. Maybe, though, it will be Team Sayu that right now can make the comeback as well. It will depend. I'm still a little bit antsy, a little bit iffy about Team Seni. Once they can bring it up to that 3v4, I'm going to see a lot more potential. And who knows, maybe just believe that Team Seni will be able to make this comeback.
Some players pressed from the side of Sayu. It's going to give an information back to Seni that A side is being contested. Kazakh started it off strongly. The Jets taken out of the picture means the entry fragger is no longer available. We saw them fall because of this mistake time and time again in the first game today. Has the team adapted? Have they made the changes necessary? Have they cleaned up their comms to be able to make this one count and push this round towards the finish line, regardless of the fact that the Jet is out?
I believe that there's still a lot to be decided. A one-man disadvantage is not so terrible. And maybe they can balance it back out, right? Find Zeta. Take out that player and make sure that you can come back on the mark, come back on target. For now, though, time is starting to be a factor. Team Seni really liking to wait things out. Team Sayu, in that sense,
30 seconds left.
Also having the advantage with the defending side. For now, there's one more rotation towards A that's going to be triggered. Although I wonder, you know, why don't we see that Sky, that Jet being closer to side? Now Camlock can come through with a basically free plant. Nobody in the back, nobody in the flank to make Team Seni's life difficult. As currently, there is some more ability usage that comes through. That's a powerful breach. But there's still a wall delaying, making life difficult. However, headshots can be found. Tom and Kozak come through.
One enemy remaining.
Currently, breach putting that further pressure down. And the last player, Denser, stuck in a corner. Flawless round for Team Sayu. That's also really important. And that will be the 5-2 on the board for them.
And that's the scary part when you get onto a site uncontested. The opposing team still has every single piece of util available, but you've already invested it to get onto the site. You use it to clean the corners. You use it to make sure that you can actually go onto the site, that there is no one on the site. And when there's no contest, they're not going to be throwing their util at you. So you have yours gone. They're used, but the other team, they still have everything available. And that round, that retake coming through from Sayu, they threw every single piece of available utility at that retake, that there was nothing that Seni could do. They're trying to hold on to it for as long as they possibly could, but it didn't work out in their favor. Unfortunately, the round's going to be secured by Sayu this time around. Bit of a broken buy coming through from Seni. They do find one pick, looking to go for another. But they're going to be escaping Kozak for now.
Big fan of the utility usage that Kozak is showing right there. Great positioning to flash those or get those players out of their position. Zeta, in the meantime, comes on through. And right now, it will be Team Sayu with the advantage. Although currently, there's still a lot possible. Kozak, though, comes through. Camlot taken out. 4v2. Killjoy then also makes life difficult. And this is Team Seni. Cutting it close, playing it risky. Oh, dear. That's Kozak just on a roll. Zadar to finish the job. And the 6-2 on the board. Team Sayu seem to have only had a momentary upset by Team Seni. It wasn't meant to last.
Yeah, Seni also last round specifically not really having that economy under wraps. They had to come in with sheriffs on most of their players. Headhunter available on Dancer as well. They did initially find one pick. That's the thing with the breach as well coming through. Kozak just having so much of that util available in every single round that he can really use to flush players out of that corner, which at the end of the day, if you're trying to hold on to it, it's not really going to be working out. The fault line, the aftershock, the flashpoint, which is thrown at your face. It's a bit difficult to be dealing with. And so is Tom's operator.
Meow, Tom. And I don't just say that because I heard a cat in the background, Jeannie. That was a beautiful shot, and that's a great start from Team Sayu again. Zaida, Kozak with the follow-up, but Tom right there. And it's only Amor left. She's a great, great player, but I think that she is just a little bit outmatched in this situation. 1v3. Will be trying to apply the element of surprise. Problem is, though, the rotations are coming through, and all they've got to do is not be too greedy. Hold the angle and clear it out. In the end, it will be Tom, though, coming through. Third kill found with the Phantom. Operator picked back up, and the 7th round on the board for Team Sayu.
Yeah, Sayu walking away with this lead and absolutely stretching it out. And the thing with Amor now does have that ult available, so does Camelot. So there are a couple of things that they can be throwing at this round to make it work. The question here is, do they want to? They have one Vandal, a Spectre, and the rest are on Classics. Is this the round that they want to invest in? Or do they want to play this round passively? They want to do some damage to Sayu's economy and then come back next round with the full buy and try and throw everything in the kitchen sink at it to walk away with that win.
Everything in the kitchen sink. I haven't heard that expression before, but I like it just like I enjoy Zaida destroying a 4K and absolutely a mark made. 8-2. And I'd say that that round was, well, a little bit like just taking your dishes and throwing them into the trash instead, because it saved just about as much time. Honestly, Zaida just decimating. See it again in the replay, and look at the lineup that Zaida got. Everyone on that headshot angle. And Team Seni caught out, but now getting a new chance. Rifles in their hands. Although we're nearing the end of the first half and things aren't looking too positive for them.
That was a little bit of a scary one, but that they haven't used any util that round specifically. They still have the orbital strike. They still have the resurrection available. Kozak has a rolling thunder coming through as well. Combined with the Seeker, it's gonna give away the position of every single member. He's gonna miss the shot. He's gonna have to go through as he flicks out the knife. A bit of an unfortunate one. The fault is gonna be coming through as well. Emily is gonna be shoved out of the corner. No longer able to hide. The barrier orb is going to be broken even further. Now only 2 players remain. A flash is going to be coming through, allowing Zaida to go for the swing, get traded out immediately, but Kozak is available, holding their hands with the rest of the team. Every member from Seni is dealt with, and they're 1 round closer to those double digits on the first half.
Absolutely a destruction. And very fitting to see Kozak finding the 4K just after the teammate of them did. That was, of course, Zaida with the start. But honestly, it's those 2 players together that make the mark, that make the impact, right? They are at the top of the leaderboard. They've got quite a good margin over Kobe Love. And if it's players like that you've got popping off, well, then anything is possible. For now, it's Kobe committing to the spray down, finding Seni! The collateral coming through from Tom! A 2-for-1! And Zaida with the next. Look at that, the triple actually coming through, even after the resurrection. It's just not meant to be, and it's Team Sayu. They're on a roll, and they deservedly get the 10-2.
That was such a quick round coming through from Sayu, not giving Seni the ability to even breathe, to even get that resurrection come through. The wall barrier was put up and straight away gunned down, running down the remaining members of Seni. That is such the confidence that Sayu currently have. They know that they can take these fights. They know that they can take these isolated 1v1s. Heck, they even know that they can go for a 2v5 and still come out on top. And that's really worrying from Senny's mental because you're now going into this pistol round. If they don't win this, it's going to be 11-2. It's going to give Sayu the opportunity to go for the force on the second round. You're then on match point. So they have to make sure that this is played out perfectly.
Oh, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do. Camlot for now with that initial angle. Comes through with a double. Denser also on the chase. It's a trade situation. Back and forth, back and forth. But only Kobe Love left at this point. Rotation is there. Sage to support. And you've got to mention the fact Kobe Love, he's got some what of an HP advantage. Was relevant a moment ago, but now has disappeared, seeing as the Sage heal has come through. There's at least one smoke to pop. Maybe an element of surprise that Kobe Love can apply. But this is starting to look like Senny that should be able to get this around unless Kobe Love finds a good shot, but it doesn't happen. It's Amor that's able to return, and it's at least the pistol round going the ways of Team Senny. But there's still a lot left to be done. Currently, Team Sayu is looking favored still.
Yeah, this is exactly what Senny needed. Win the pistol round, get the force up on the second round, get a couple of rounds stitched together, get that momentum going, make sure that your team has something to work with. Now, you don't have to be too worried about Sayu coming through with the force. They are going to be coming through with classic, so it's going to give Senny some advantage in this round specifically. It's not everything they need, but it's something. It's somewhere to start. And if anything, with Valorant, momentum is just so incredibly important.
Oh, I believe it. Zayda finds the return on Emily even after a teammate has fallen. Amor stuck out, flashed out. Zayda on a roll with the stolen Spectre. And so far, trades at the start. However, Senny can make a mark with the Marshal, but then Kozok returns on that. The weapon recovery is key here. That's doing all the work. But the spike will be diffused for a moment. Even Kozok can go for the fight. There's no time. He won't get this. He's off the mark. And even if he gets a kill with the classic, it just doesn't end up working. And it is the fort attempt.
Expecting Senny to come out on top on this round specifically. They had the better buy coming into it. They won that pistol round. They have that momentum going for them. But this is genuinely the round that's going to count. Looking at the ult economy specifically, when you look at Sayu, they need a couple of points for that Rolling Thunder to be available. Whereas Senny, they still have a long way to go. They have one more for the Orbital Strike. We haven't seen them use it last half either, even when it was available for a lot of rounds in a row. So the question here is Senny going to be able to hold out this round? Because a better buy is coming through from Sayu, and they're absolutely speedrunning it onto their site.
Most certainly so. And speedrunning it, well, that's maybe exactly the tactic that they need to employ. Oh, Senny, I like the look here. Finds the 1 and the 2, but not the 3. Maybe with the chase, however, it will come through. As currently, Senny shows aggressiveness. Tom now moving further ahead, but Senny having found that triple. Tom, though, not coming through. Denser even on the return. Senny with a 4K at the end. And a very fast-paced, a very smooth round coming out from Team Senny.
That's a thrifty secured by Senny. We haven't seen that from them at all whatsoever this game yet. And they're generally looking to get it back under wraps. They're playing this so much more collectively and so much more calm as I expected them to. They're genuinely thriving on this defensive side of things. And it looks like if Sayu don't get it under wraps very quickly, Senny might start to close this gap as fast as it was created.
Oh, it is most certainly a risk that is currently present for Team Sayu. Get your act back together, I would say. Show that dominance that we saw after the first half. It was 10-2. But apparently Team Senny, all they needed was a defender side to make the difference for them. Still a lot to be decided, however. And now a Blade Storm coming through. They're dangerous. They're scary. I wouldn't want knives thrown at my head, would you?
No, I'm good. I think I'm going to pass up on that one. Garage Control, however, this time around is looking to be going the way of Sayu. They have the majority of their members stacked towards it. Spike slowly moving towards C. Couple of warning shots are going to be fired. They're going to be connecting with the first. Denzo is going to be able to go back to safety. Tom does manage to find one himself, but completely suppressed. Is not going to have any util available to get back onto site. Senny trading the members out, and let's spike down on C long.
Bladestorm not connecting right away. Densa then finding the next kill. And Tom will keep trying, but runs down to just the 2 knives. It's now or never, you could say. There's no dash available, but it doesn't connect. It'll be Zeta then getting the 1 kill, but Emily on a roll, finding a double at the end. Team Senny, sure, they lose out members here and there, but with the wins that they're getting, with the reserves that they have, that is no biggie for them.
Yeah, they can, you know, go back into their savings and ensure that they still have a couple of rounds to fall back on. But when you're looking at Sayu specifically, that's not some luxury that they have. Looking at their ults again, Zayder, they have the Seekers available, Kozak has the Rolling Thunder. It's possible to combo both of these ults, and we've seen them do it time and time again. It could secure them the round, but even if they do, there has to be a clear one. Seekers coming out straight away at the beginning of the round, looking to clear as many corners as possible, and the rest from Senny is slowly pulled towards A site. Fragment is going to do some damage, and that's the Rolling Thunder coming through, is going to be forcing Senny even further back, not giving them the opportunity to hold on to site for as long as they need to, which gives Sayu that opportunity to go down for the plant. The Tour de Force is not going to connect, with the Orbital Strike is going to be coming through. Is not enough to delay that plant. Everyone's going to have to be shoved out of heaven. No players dropped, and that's 4 ults already being invested. Tour de Force being put offline. Zayder taking one apiece. The Operator for Senny coming through. 2 picks for his own, making this a 3v3 scenario. It's possible retake, but the Paranoia is not going to do anything. The blind scope coming through. Senny gets the 4K with the Operator. Ending this round so incredibly strong, giving the team the opportunity to go for the defuse.
What the hell, Senny? Just rolls on the site, plays the Operator like it's a rifle, and just gets kill after kill after kill to eventually add it up toward the ace. Oh my lord, Senny, you can't do him dirty like that. Deservedly at the top of the scoreboard right there, having just added a whopping 5 kills to her score, or her kill tally. Really, really insane performance there on that round. GG's.
GG's. You're like, okay, guys, that's the round that they needed. They won the game in my books. We're done. Bye. See you next time. But
Okay,
that Operator... that Operator just did so much. The Garage Control, again, something that they're looking forward to. They're going to be coming through with a couple of trades. 2 members drop from both teams, but Senny with the Operator is going to find one. 29 HP is going to have to back off. Incredibly low. But you still have the heal available from the stage. Gonna seem to be connecting it from across the map. Kozak with the Marshal. Good to get himself onto side with the rest of the team. They do have the spike. They now also have the site. They have to go for that plant. And Kobe, they're playing this aggressively. They're looking to catch off players that are coming through ceiling. They don't want to give them an advantage. And that's the flash coming through. He's going to be able to play off of it. Gets one, gets the third. And that's a thrifty coming through from Sayu. That's the round that they needed. They've been stuck on 10 rounds for so long. This could get their momentum going.
Absolutely destroyed those opponents, Kobe did. And with that, at least you can see, right, the impact that you have out of a player like that, plus the combination with the flash. Really nice play, and the 11th round on the board for Team Sayu. Now it's dangerous again. Now there's a chance that this provides momentum for Sayu to keep going.
Cover going out.
Momentum so far, that's all they're going to be needing if they want to close this game out. They've been stuck on those 10 rounds, we said it time and time again. They haven't found success as of yet. They're now looking to secure it. Trailblazers being pushed out. It's going to look to clear some corners. Not going to spot anyone. But the lockdown is already being invested. And this is going to be forcing some players from the side of Sunny to give up the site. The Molly. It's going to delay them just a little longer. The Operator shot's not going to connect. The defuse is going to be looking to go down.
They were aware of that heaven angle. They were aware of that risk. And you do still see the entry coming through, but it ends up being a 2v2 where the KO has already gone down. And he becomes a sort of bait, something that Denser will have to take to make sure that right now he will go for it. But it doesn't happen. It's a 1v2 and it's a spike happily ticking down. It is Team Sayu playing it safe, making sure that they don't take too many risks. For now, though, Tom, a little bit antsy to peek this out, but has to just wait. Has to not give Denser a chance. And now the commitment comes through, but still Denser, he keeps trying to risk it, but in the end he'll realize that it's not worth the battle. Tries to commit to still getting a kill out of it, but will sadly pass away to the spike explosion. 12-7. Team Sayu. One more round.
Yeah, match point secured, and that's all they need. Initially, it looked like Seni was going to be able to get that comeback come in, but unfortunately, so far, the last 2 rounds, Sayu have really changed up their pacing. They have played this attacking side very slow. They have really tried to find any crack in the armors from the side of Seni on the defensive side for as long as they can. And now that they switched up the pace, that instead they just run onto site as 5-man, throwing their util as quickly as possible, hitting as many members as possible. They have been able to get 2 rounds.
It's at least a good start from Team Seni. Seni himself, as a matter of fact, to come through, taking out Kobe Love and showing strong presence on all the respective sites. A good line of defense that Team Seni is putting up. For now, it'll be a moment, and it will be around most likely going to Team Seni with that next kill being found. It would have to be one hell of an entry on the C site for things to work out, but they're going to give it their best shot anyway. As currently they move on up. You've got Seni happily waiting things out in the corner, but is already getting the read. Should have the intel, should have the idea. A double is found. A triple in the end for Seni even. Kozok returning fire, getting the kill, but Kozok literally being the only player to find anything. Team Seni, 8-12.
Yeah, Kozak really wanted to do it, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so. But the rounds that they have found the most success on this attacking side was when they were able to get the Sky Seekers and the Trill, and as well as the Rolling Thunder from Kozak out. Guess what's available? They have the Rolling Thunder, they have the Jet Knives, they have the Blade Storm. They even have the Seekers if they get to 1 orb. Looking that it's going to be a C push, most likely it's going to be a contest for that orb on C long. They're going to get the Seekers available. They're going to throw their util at the site, and that could be a potential way of getting onto. Instead, they're going for the Brute Force, and Knives are going to be able to connect with Camels, taken out straight away. You haven't seen the opportunity to get onto the site. The Flash is going to be going backside, taking out 2 members. Denzer does manage to drop the spike, but Thomas on an absolute tear finds another one. Kobe does manage to get one of his own, and now Amor is the only player left standing. She has a whole lot to deal with. She wants to delay the inevitable. She has the resurrection available, but is there a member that she can res? She's gonna fall to Kobe, and the attackers saw you win 13-8. It was a bit of a longer feat than we might have initially expected. Sunny did put up a fight towards the second half of the map, but they still walk away with that win.
You notice that Team Seni at times definitely got a chance to find some impact, to make a dent in Team Sayu's armor. Sadly, though, for them, it wasn't meant to last. A few of those rounds did come through, but, you know, Team Sayu, they were just stronger across the general line. And I think that we also have to mention, right, at the start, Team Sayu, they had a 10-2 halftime score. See, even if, you know, Team Seni had tried their very best, I don't think they could have ever overcome that. That was just way too big of an advantage that Team Sayu got as they moved to that second half.
Yeah, it was a huge advantage, and Sayu just really walking away with it. I think they needed maybe a bit of a timeout, maybe to try and get their head back into the game, because Senyu, yes, they put in an incredible fight onto the other half of the map, but initially, you're absolutely correct, Robert. If you have such a huge gap in those rounds, how are you going to be able to crawl back? You're continuously balancing on a knife's edge and you're trying to make it work, but again, you can't go too risky, because if you do, you're giving away too much. And that's something that unfortunately came back to haunt Senyu. They weren't able to close it out, but they did really, really well on the second half of things. A lot of plays that we've seen come through from individual players alike as just from the team as a whole. But all in all, I think this was definitely the closest game we have seen so far today, and I'm very, very happy with it. And I think both of these teams genuinely can pat themselves on the back.
It's an exciting prospect, and I think that this has definitely been a good halfway point so far, because we've still got 3 lovely matches ahead of us, don't we? I'm really excited to see the rest of these beautiful matches today.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the 4th shortly, as we're going to be heading to break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
the beat. And make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 4th game of today. We're going to be seeing Holak versus Seni. Both of these teams putting up quite a performance so far today. I think it's going to be a close one, but RJ, are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready. I think that I was even... How do I put this?
Born ready.
Very poignant words. Born ready. Even more than that, if that's even possible. Honestly, I'm feeling this one. This 4th match is going to be a banger as well. And I've got to say, right, looking at the progression here, looking at the way that things have been going, 3rd match, you know, okay, that one has been the closest so far. But now to see Holak going up against Seni, I mean, Seni just showed that they do actually have some sort of resistance. At the same time, though, I've got to be honest, right? We saw Seni play against Thorek, and that was a 5-13. So Seni got beat up by Thorek. So you might think, okay, right? You know, Thorek was just a stronger opponent.
Okay, graphical.
Whatever. Okay, you know, that happened. But then we move to match 2, and you see that Thorek gets beaten by Holak with 2-13. So you notice this trend of progression, right? Okay, so Holak is stronger than Thorek. Thorek is stronger than Seni. But now Seni's got to fight against Holak. So you're kind of starting to wonder, but doesn't that mean that, you know, Seni is even weaker than Holak in comparison? This is a scary situation, I think, for Team Seni. So I wonder how this is going to pan out. And I also wonder what map we're going to play it out on. Let's have a look. It's going to be Bind. Okay. Okay. So Ascent is going to come back on map 5 and 6 then, yeah?
Cut the tape, cut the cameras. I don't want to talk about Ascent, but Bind, I'm looking forward to that one. One of those maps where you can pull off a lot of different things with those teleporters, and teams in general like to play different comps, just the same as Haven. Most likely we're not going to be seeing a mirror matchup, but I really just want to point out, and I really want to, you know, I don't know how to say this, compliment you. I'm trying to do your maths on live broadcast with which team is going to be walking away with what based on the previous trends that we've seen. You're doing a lot of analysis here that maybe you shouldn't be trying to do, because caster curse is a thing, and every single thing us casters say tends, you know, to be used against us in the court of law, so you have the right to remain silent instead. I'm not sure how this is going to be playing out. Holak versus Seni. You're absolutely correct. Seni did really show that they have some resistance, but Holak, they played so incredibly well. They have those core 3 members that are just continuously coming up with strats. They're continuously ensuring that their team is adapting. They're really making sure that they're playing off of the weaknesses of their opponents. So throw them on a map like Bind, where the rotations are pretty much easier to do, considering how much smaller it is in comparison to Ascent. There is no real mid to be contesting over, which is something that I think was very lackluster from the teams on Ascent, to be completely honest. I felt like there could have been a bit more play around mid, which wasn't really seen. And Holak, when they were going to go for those mid plays, it worked out for them. And they also were really good at stopping their opponents from going for those mid plays. So I want to see what can they do on Bind when you have those 3 core players. How's that going to be playing out? How is Seni? That's the most important question here, RJ. How do you think Seni is going to be able to play against it? How do you think they're going to be able to deal with it?
I think that when you're playing against an opponent like Holak, you have to anticipate really the highest level of competitive play, right? Team Holak showing that there is that core of semi-pros in there. And for Team Seni, they need to really try and read what Team Holak is doing. They have to be able to counter that straight away, because I think that from a more professional, more advanced team like Team Holak, you can expect these kind of crazy tactics. You know, you can expect these thought out plays, just things being called, okay, this is Bind, this is how we're going to play Bind, this is what we usually do. I wouldn't be surprised if they're at least somewhat semi-pro team, that they've at least sometimes taken the time out of their day to discuss tactics of a map. I wouldn't expect them to have like a massive strat book or anything. You know, that's a little bit too enthusiastic, I believe. But I do think they've just got to keep in mind, Team Holak, they're professionals. They will try to counter-strat you, and they will use some crazy strats of their own. So work against that.
Yeah, so maybe not a strat book, but like a strats cheat sheet, maybe a couple of lines, maybe like a Word document coming through, being circulated around. Maybe I like that one, the strat posted. That might be something that they have, but I think it's all going to be starting off with the agents that these teams are going to be playing specifically. Again, it really depends on who you decide to lock in. And is that a Phoenix? Again?
No way. Oh, it's
Kosti,
actually
not
locked
again.
in. This is
It's
no.
not-
This has
yes,
got to be a mistake.
Kosti, let's go. My favorite player.
No.
Kosti is my favorite player. I'm just gonna
Why
leave
do
it
you
at
like
that.
Phoenix?
Thank you so much.
Like, why do you like Phoenix so much?
It's such a terrible agent that when you do good at it, it's just completely flexing on how good you actually are fundamentally and mechanically as a player. So that's why I like it.
Yeah, okay. I see the logic in that one, but still, I feel a bit iffy when I see Kosti playing it. I mean, you know what? I like to look up these like agent tier lists and everything, right? When a new patch is dropped, to just read up and kind of think, you know, okay, what are people that are better at the game than I am actually saying about this? And Kosti, you know, this Phoenix has been at the bottom for ages. I mean, you can't deny that.
Yeah, you can't deny it, but you also can't deny that there is some play that you can be pulling out with Phoenix. There's always something you can do. And also the fact that Phoenix just hasn't been played for such an incredibly long time, our teams are know and aware of how to play against it. Again, this is Seni, one of those teams that we've seen, you know, not really find a lot of success so far. Holak, on the other hand, they've been incredibly strong. This could just be one of those games where they don't actually want to show off all their strategies. We talked about how much they are able to do as like those core individual 3 players that are semi-pros, that have a lot of experience under their belt. You don't want to be showing it off right away. You want to leave something for LAN. You want to leave something for semis. You want to leave something for finals. You don't want to give it away all in one go. So that could genuinely be one of the games that we're seeing here today. It's more like, okay, Phoenix is one of those agents. They're going to be getting buffed. There are going to be a couple of changes coming through. We want to try work that into our team. We want to start today. What's you know, what can potentially go wrong? Famous last words.
Oh, famous last words, dearie me. I still think that Seni's got a fierce opponent to face, but let's go and take a look. Let's see how this pans out. Can it be Team Holak putting down another impressive performance, another type of 13-2 scenario, or will it be Team Seni with the surprising resistance? We've seen interesting matchups in previous regionals as well, right? We've seen other sorts of situations where some teams, some matchup just really work in a different way than we expect. So let's hope for Team Seni that will be the case. Let's take a look. It's time for match 4 already. Team Holak, who've already gotten themselves 3 points, versus Team Seni, who are still on 0 points.
Yeah, Holak looking to stretch that lead even further. They're going to be playing each other once a day, and Kosti gets taken out right away, getting a little too overzealous, looking to get back controls. Gets punished for it. Seni gets punished as well. The shock dart is the one that's going to be taking out a more. Not finding too much success this first round. Cream with the headhunter found 1 heads, looking for the second. Now only 1 player left they're going to have to be dealing with. They know it's going to be coming through from CT. That's the most obvious pathing to be taking. They have the plan down, so all they have to do is wait.
Patience is a virtue. Denser slowly but surely creeping out and running into Kayak's aim, his spray, his frenzy. 3 players left alive on that Holak side. Does so much, and for now it will be that 1-0 to start things off with. A pistol round on the board for Team Holak, and a good start for them has been made.
Pistol round's going to give them that opportunity as well to go for those Spectres onto this round if they feel comfortable doing so. To be fair, so far today, these Spectre rounds, the second rounds, we have seen some wins, we've seen some losses. It's not very clear cut. Usually you'd expect the team that comes in with the better firepower to win. The blind's going to be coming through. Kosti going to be pushing Camelot for that aggressive play onto Sky, and that's something we've seen teams do time and time again with the Sky. They flash out, B long, and they feel more than comfortable going for that aggressive push. A couple of shots missed by Kosti. Flash coming through. He's going to be flashing himself as well. Molly to delay just a little longer. The hot hands coming in clutch. He's not going to use it to heal himself up. 17 HP left. The rest of the team is doing a bit of a cleanup. And that is the second round secured for Holak. They only lose 1 member.
Very impressive. Team Holak directly pulling that pacing, but now we see Team Seni moving on up. Weaponry in hands, even a judge in the hands of Seni. Let's go. Let's take a look and see how that judge plus the rifles will be making an impact, making a difference. I dare say that Seni will be taking some cheeky position, something close But it looks a bit, it's going to be lamps in that sense. I wonder how that will work out for them. As currently, you've got Camlock going for some initial aggressiveness, finding Kayak. Currently Kosti moving on up in a moment, flashing himself out first though, I think. Uh-oh.
It's gonna cost him at least one player. Hasn't checked the Brimstone as of yet, but Kosti does find that opportunity to maneuver towards the back of the side. It's gonna get punished by Emil straight away. So that's already 2 players with those flashes. Those opportunities on the util to get you onto site are out of the picture. And that's a little bit of a pickle for Holak to be dealing with right now.
Anything but ideal. Karemi will also fall, leaving just Xipe and... Oh, dearie me. I've completely forgotten the name for Crush. Let's just go with that. The Sova and the Brimstone 2v5. Is there a chance here? I don't think so. As currently... Oh, there will be the engagement. Camlock goes down, but Emily returns it. And in the end, Emily will find that triple. It's a shame for Team Holak, but it's great to see Team Seni on that return so quickly.
Yeah, they're looking to equalize this playing field. This time around, however, Holak is going to be able to come with an equal buy. So they might be able to equalize or stretch the scoreline even further out. But B side seems to be the preferred side coming through from Holak. It's the one side that they have been going for time and time again. However, this time around, Seni is stacking their members onto A side. And I'm a little concerned as to the thought process behind this, because they're not going to be running into a single player from the side of Holak as they're all going for B.
And indeed, that could be a good play, at least by the looks of it. B is relatively undefended, but that's not the strat they'll be going for, as Team Seni have an entire alliance of players pushed up on that A side, all waiting for anyone from Team Holak to show themselves. And normally speaking, it should happen. For now, it's Chavru, who is initially looking around, trying to clear out the corners with a shock dart. You can see the Brimstone over there in the corner is also waiting with the Sky Smokes. Great flash on Kosti. Lovely entry. Double found. Denstra and Omar both to go down. Now Kosti a little bit caught out, but hey, he was using his ult, so he survives. It's going to be a 2v2 in the end. Quite the trade up. And Kosti's impact actually quite quickly fading away in that sense. Let's see how this plant from Karemi will come through and how Team Holak will handle the rest of this site, the rest of this round.
Yeah, the plant has given Kareem the opportunity to get that Tour de Force online. He's gonna have to shoot that eye. The Lair is gonna be coming through. He's gonna be blind for a little bit, giving his position away with the spam. They're actually gonna be able to take out Kosti. Now in a 1v2, he's not going to connect, not gonna get a hold of the recoil. Emily's just the one finishing this off, and it was looking like an initially very good play. I even liked the fact that the hot hands, the molly was thrown to prevent anyone pushing out from CT onto A. But then the decision to go back to B came back to bite them. It didn't work out for them as they expected it to.
No, sadly. And I'm still surprised, but obviously it was also Team Holak that actually opted for the A site initially. That's where the first engagement came through. But that initial impact that they found, it completely faded away with some return kills. Team Seni, in that sense, claiming the 2-2. And, you know, I've got to give them credit where it's due. For now, Team Seni is really showing adequate resistance, even though, well, I don't think either of us had directly expected it. Oh dear, this B long aggressiveness. That is daring, but it does work. They get spy control, and they enter a round in which, obviously, Team Seni just has massive, massive advantages.
The B-long aggression is something that teams, when they lock in the sky, do time and time again. And when you know that your opponent is on a worse buy, you have multiple players stacked up, you're going to be more uncomfortable pushing out aggressively, and that's exactly what they did. A little distraction coming through from Seni. He's going to lose his Vandal. But there is still more players, but that's not going to be enough, as now the playing field is completely equalized in terms of numbers. And B site is left wide open for the taking. A skirmish between Emilish and Kareem. Not gonna drop any members as of yet. The fact that he took the teleport is gonna make them go straight into Denzer's operator. Only one player left from Holak, and they've been read like a book. Senny knew exactly how they wanted to play this. They even had Denzer with the operator stay behind in baths. And they punished Holak for what they thought would be a creative strategy. And if anything, it's their downfall.
Now Denzer to try and defend this. He won't actually succeed. Rotation coming through. A 1v1 is left. It's a very tense scenario, and it's a spike that's been planted. Changes the level of pressure, shifts the balance.
Oh.
And Karemi, he can play this out until a clean 4K. Even though he was the last man standing, and the clutch is masterful. And I've got to admit, at the start of this round, when I saw that B long aggressiveness, I thought that it was already a done deal. Very impressive that Holak manages to return this heavily, and that they eventually managed to take the entire round.
Never assume anything.
Never say never.
Never say never. So far, from the side of Holak, they have been playing this very well as a team. A couple of cracks in their armor here and there. A couple of strategies that they're coming through that's not really working out. But all in all, when it comes down to those fights, when it comes down to securing space, when it comes down to creating pressure, they have been quite successful at it. Senny, not successful at landing the operator shot. Phoenix Wall is going to be coming up, cutting off those line of sights for the operators as well as the brimstone smokes. Which makes it that much more difficult for Senny to actually find a pick. He's forced to push it out aggressively, but he no longer has the dash available. Wasn't able to replenish it as there's no pick to actually give it back to him. They're even going to be going for the plant, and he's in a very awkward position. He's not found a single player. They've planted. They moved back into post-plant positions. The Seekers are going to be giving away some of their locations. Senny does find the first. He is tagged out. Kosti aware of where they're playing. It's going to have to be dealing with a whole army of the players. If Senny finds one, that's all he's going to be good for. And now it's only one player left. Has the orbital strike available if he looks to cancel the defuse, but he's gonna have to go for it now or never. He's not gonna connect. The defuse is already halfway. He's gonna find the first. It's not going to be enough. Both players survive with incredibly low HP. The Molly, although it forces him more off of it for just a little as it's halfway, still gonna be able to stick it. What a round.
That was a very risky situation there. In theory, he might have been able to have popped off the orbital strike. That could have prevented the first tick, the first half of the defuse. But in the end, he couldn't risk it. He was getting pressured too much, and there were players on his heels, which means that with that, Team Senny can find the third round. Really impressive so far. And I've got to say that at the moment, you know, Team Senny, they are holding up really well against Team Holak. And you've got to keep in mind, this is the team that was able to book the 13-2 against Team Thoric. So I wonder how exactly they're even doing this. I mean, I'm positively impressed. I'm happy to see it. Credit where it's due. For now, though, it's quite the execute. It's the ult coming through. It is Jabru finding himself a double. The Hunter's Fury, it is furious indeed. And it's Xart connecting toward Emily. As right now, Karemi also commits to the bomb. The spike plant even. And finds it creates a 2v4 situation in total. Team Senny quite disadvantaged.
Yeah, a couple of players have dropped, and that's a flash coming through from Kosti. He's going to be able to spot out two of these players, so they know CT is where they're looking to be coming from. This is going to give Holak that opportunity to hold it for a little longer. The heal is going to be coming through. Kosti finds the first. One player left. Denzer with the Tour de Force looking to cause some damage. But those smokes are completely cutting off his line of sight. It's absolutely impossible for him to connect with anyone. Kosti, however, expecting it, finds him right away. Securing another round for the team. Holak going 4-3. Kosti, as much as you want to hate on the Phoenix, RJ, he's doing work.
He is. You're right. I don't know what you're talking about. No, you got me. Guilty. I was absolutely hating on the Phoenix. And, you know, can you blame me? Okay, hold on. You know what? Talking about agents, actually. How do you feel about Fade? I haven't heard you talk about that too much.
Broken.
Ah,
I don't
yes.
know how to play against it.
Are you
I
sure?
don't know how to play against. So if I don't know how to play against it, then it's broken. Like obviously that just makes sense in my head. You know.
Oh yeah. No, that makes pretty good sense actually. I can find myself in that. I just know that the sound was incredibly loud, but I think that they may have fixed that actually by now. As at the moment, you've got some more shots coming through. Oh, Senny. Hold not as successful. Sipe coming in with the first entry. Emily going down. And currently you will see Kosti committing further. Senny going down.
Still got it.
And it's a situation in which Team Holak finds the advantage again. Currently also getting away with that spike plant and a 2v5 remaining. Not sure what those two lovely players are going to be doing anymore at this point, besides just saving things out, obviously.
Yeah, this is the thing with Holak. They managed to, even when the situation is looking a little dire for them, they lose that Phoenix ult straight away. Raze is already incredibly low. They still manage to play off of it and find themselves an opening, find themselves something that they want to be doing. And they're going to get the plant down, and it means that what I'm assuming, Senny will have to be going for that save instead this time around.
Absolutely. So, Spike, in the meantime, just sticking on down. I believe, really, Team Senny, it's not that they've entered this situation yet where all hope is lost or anything. A 2-round disadvantage is very doable. And
Yeah.
I just hope that the players saving and the remaining players, well, being able to buy again should create plenty of chance of them next round giving things another shot. For now, you do see Kosti really antsy to find some last players, but yeah, nowhere in sight. A new buy phase, a new chance, a new round. And sadly for Team Senny, there are some issues here abound. There are some issues present. I wonder
Not the
what they're gonna
greatest
make out of this.
chance to be coming with.
No. 6-3 then?
Bit of a...
Let's agree to disagree.
Yeah. To be fair, Senny, they have been pulling out a couple of thrifties. They have had that opportunity to secure those rounds just based off of the fact that sometimes Holak, they do get a little over-aggressive. They do get a little too confident. And Senny have been able to push them for it. This time around, Senny, however, has been spotted out. It's gonna get flashed. It's not gonna connect with anyone. Instead, it's gonna be punished for it immediately. That off angle not working out in their favor. Didn't have the time to whip out the classic and restore the recon build either, so that's not an ideal situation to be in. Kayak found a player himself is going to be able to notice that the majority of the players are looking to wrap around the site. Gonna get reinforcements in the first, and Kosti finds another pick.
One enemy remaining.
Still have one more player to deal with, and that's some incredible movement, I would say. Picks up the frenzy. The reload has to happen instead. They're gonna go for the knife battle because, as you do in Valorant, Kayak comes out on top. If all else fails, just whip out the knife.
Absolutely. Just give it your best shot, you know. Go toe-to-toe. Maybe you can get a kill out of it. Although, personally, I know, I think maybe I would actually be the type of player that's mean enough to say, oh no, I'll throw out my knife, and then grab my gun anyway. Although that's really, that's BM.
Gentleman's agreement.
Yes. But, you know, they do say that there's no rules in war. And this is quite a fierce battle that's going on, so I don't know. Still, for now, I wonder, and I hope for Team Senny, that there's going to be a new chance on the board. They should have been able to get a buy through. I see Senny rocking the operator as well, so that's at least positive. For now, though, Karimi opens things up, finds that double right on the mark. A triple, is it possible? Oh, yes. But Emily will come through to deny. Densa follows up, taking out Kosti as well. For now, Team Senny shows plenty of resistance, but Team Holak will realize that the B site is theirs. That one's open for the plant, right for the taking. Xipe then holding an off angle. I think that this might actually surprise them, but they're not going to. So they will survive for now as they dive into the teleporter.
Dreamer has actually spotted out every single player from the side of Senny on to A site. The team feels more than comfortable going for the B side. They even hear the sound of the teleporter. They know that they're going to be pushing through hookah. So it's a beautiful round coming through from the side of Holak. Play this really aggressively. This is what I've been talking about with Wrocław specifically. When they tune up the pace, when they go a bit faster, they hit their shots. They're really good at those isolated 1v1s. And that's so far what has been giving them the majority of their rounds. They have that util available. They have the Phoenix coming through as well. So just the sheer firepower coming out from this team is absolutely incredible. So look at it, like butter cutting, like a knife cutting through a cake, cleaning out those angles so incredibly well.
Yeah.
And whilst doing so, giving the team the information that every player from the side of Senny is onto A site. B site's clear, guys. You can just go for it. Everyone's here. Go for the plant. Play post plant. And that's exactly what they do.
Scout destroyed.
Oh, we'll have to see, sadly, for Team Senny, if things can change up still. If it's going to be that 9-3 type halftime score, that would worry a little bit. But we'll keep an eye out. Oh dear, incendiary, orbital strike, and smokes denying all the vision in the world. Senny at least coming through with the judge to find a bit of resistance. As currently a 4v3 remains. Kayak spots out a player. Excite moves up further, but Senny still on the judge, still on a roll. Karemi, though, will find a wallbang. A 2v2 remains, and the Seekers can at least chase even as Karemi holds the angle. Will find the battle. Camelot to fall. 1v2 on the board. Chavru in the meantime for that rotation, for that return. As now just Denser is left. Can steal the weapon, but Chavru can win the battle 8-3. Even puts down the spike at the very end for those extra 300 creds.
Ooh, that round starting off a little shaky. It looks like Holak really struggling to deal with the judge specifically. They weren't ready for it. Senny whipping it out once again. Doesn't really have the resources to buy anything else this time around. But that's worrying from Holak because they lose a lot of members to only one player. Eventually, they're able to bring it back. A couple of mistakes coming through from the side of Senny. And that's, again, their strength as well, is Holak is really good at punishing the mistakes that the players make. So now, you know, we talked about that 9-3 half coming through. Wouldn't surprise me if that's the case this time around. They're fully aware of the judge being one of those plays that Senny's very comfortable going for. Punishing about it right away. Aggressive push coming in from the side of Cost. He has that ult available. Run it back is online. And is even able to pick up a couple of players along the way. Odin coming through. And that is spiked down. I was a little worried as they're getting a bit confident, but 9-3 half from Holak, incredibly strong.
Most certainly so. Team Holak having some issues every now and then. Team Senny definitely deserves credit for the resistance that they've shown, but that resistance that they've shown has been relatively minor in my eyes. Now they move to the defending side, Team Holak that is, and obviously Team Senny, they move to the attacking side. This is going to put more pressure on them. And I don't know if it's going to be for the better. This is going to feel tough, I think.
Yep, tough indeed. And it's the thing that we spoke about the last couple of games as well, where every single team kind of puts themselves in this position. They've already lost so many rounds, so the lead is very, very big. And then when they're starting to pull back, unfortunately, because of how big the lead is initially, it's just so difficult for them. But you know what's not difficult for Incognito Kayak? It's not difficult to get a 4K on a Sheriff. Not at all. He's now on a hunt for the ace. I blinked, by the way. I'm not even joking. I actually blinked and I missed 3 of those kills. I opened my eyes and there's 4 kills on the kill feed. And now he's hunting for Denser. He wants to finish us off with the signature. He wants to get that ace. Ooh.
And there's the blind to come through, but Denser does not give the chance for the ace. It'll be Chavru to take the point, take the kill. 10th round for Team Holak, and for Team Holak, this is also both pistol rounds won. At least consistent in that sense. Still, that was some insane Sheriff action. I'd love to pick that up later, at least see a clip of that, because that was insane. And here you see it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Beautifully done. Sadly, though, the ace denied.
Ace is not going to be working out this time around from the side of Holek, but you know what? They might be able to get another one this time around. They have those Spectres available, so the eco frags are always going to be an option. Molly from Kossi is going to make it a bit more difficult for them to cross, but that's okay because he did not expect the Force to be coming through. Email with the Spectre doing some damage, taking out at least one player, and now they're looking for lamp control. Smokes are going to be cutting off the lines of sight, and Sorda's going to try to go for it. Gets the first. All they have to do is stay into lands, but the nade's been thrown into it, cleaning out some of these angles. And as they're looking to get back Lamp's control, Senny is waiting with a judge and the jury. Loving this weapon so far around and looking to push out. It's gonna get punished for it. Gets picked off through the wallbang coming through as well. 11-3 for Holak.
Honestly, though, Chavru, that was one lucky shot, all right. And hey, it seems that not just Ascent is made of cardboard. It's just better, you know. Just player diff.
What's luck?
Really,
luck
though.
doesn't exist in Valorant.
Honestly, that was a beautiful shot that came through from Chavru, and that was one of those game-making moments. 11-3, Team Holak. They are being dominant again. And they are showing themselves. At this rate, it could be Team Senny rather quickly caught out. Let's keep an eye out and see if this will be going to match point for Team Holak or if Team Senny will be able to extend.
Ooh. Kirimi starting it off strongly. First player already down. They know that Senny forced last time around. So they are aware that their economy isn't looking the greatest. So a couple of shots. Eventually do connect from Dancer, but Xipe is going to be able to come through with the trade. Another spike is being brought towards B. Are they going to be passing each other like ships in the night as Xipe looks to go for the smokes? It's going to go for the trigger discipline play instead, and doesn't look like Camelot is aware. The spike falls right into Xipe's lap. Molly is going to make it that much more difficult to push out, but he's doing so much with the Guardian. 12-3. Holak, they're running away with their lead.
Oh, dearie me, those poor players. It's a real shame, but it's a harsh reality. Team Holak, they are just showing themselves up, and they are being incredibly, incredibly strong. Even now, by the looks of it, are committing to that bonus round. So they're keeping their feet on the ground. They are saying, look, we're not going to go too silly. They could have also just said, we're going to toss away our original weaponry and upgrade because YOLO. Team Holak for now are going to make the best out of it. Maybe see if they can win this on a bonus round. Beautiful recon dart chase. Oh, I love that position. Keremy with the great start. The headhunter moving for the double. That's already so good at the start, but Emily will return. Kayak, though, will come through, and it's a 1v3. Senny, can you clutch this out? The showstopper comes through from Kayak, and in a moment, it should connect. There it will do. Triple kill for Kayak at the end, and the 13-3 on the board for Team Holak. What a stellar performance that was. And I did think for a moment there, you know, that Team Senny at the beginning, with the way it went toe-to-toe, with the way that it went 3-3, that they had some chance of resistance. But in the end, Team Holak, they do show that they're really the bosses of this group stage day so far.
Yeah. I guess in the end it doesn't even matter, but what does matter, however, is the fact that Holak are once again securing another 3 points, which is technically putting them towards the top as they've won both of their matches so far. And both of their matches are won, dare I say, in a very convincing fashion. Yes, they dropped a couple of rounds earlier on, but once they had that momentum going, they were really able to play off of it time and time again. Individual players, absolutely skilled, but you know, you can also tell from the way that they play as a unit that they have a lot of experience under their belt playing as a group, especially when you're looking at Kossi and Kayak. Yes, they might not be on the same team, but the fact that they both play a duelist each, we've seen it before with the Jet and the Reyna, we're seeing it now with the Raids and the Phoenix. They are so incredibly good at trading each other out and playing off of each other's util. That is very rare to see, and we haven't seen it as at all so far, to be honest, today, except with this team specifically. But then you can also talk about the rest of the members from Incognito. You can also talk about Strivra. I'm really hoping that I'm pronouncing that one correctly. RJ is not the only one struggling there. But every single one of their players, they're so good at knowing what to play, how to play it, and when they are needed, that other teams are genuinely struggling to break down their defenses.
Absolutely. So in the meantime, by the way, there's lovely highlights coming through. Got to see that 4K again with the Sheriffs. And I think Chavru is definitely one of those impact players that you mentioned, right? And I think in total, the way that this is going, it is just, I think, Team Holak that have just shown themselves, that are proving themselves as being that strong baseline. And the good agent composition, the good agent duos, they matter so much for it. So honestly, I hope to see more of this coming through. But obviously for Team Holak, that is something for the last match of the day. Before that, we've still got Team Thoric going up against Team Sayu lined up, which is also going to be a really interesting one, I think. Altogether, this was a beautiful, beautiful match to see, as well as always can be expected on the Streamers League, right?
Yeah, and we're going to be heading to a break. We'll be back shortly with the 5th game of the day, where we're going to be looking at Thoric versus Sayu.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe.
welcome to the bed. Make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 5th game of the day. We're going to be looking at Thoric versus Sayu. We've seen both of these teams already battle it out against other ones, and so far, Thoric, they've been looking pretty strong. Sayu, maybe not so much, and the game before this one, Holak versus Seni. I kind of want to talk about that one a little more, RJ. I feel like Holak, they came out swinging, lost a bit of that momentum, found it again, and came out swinging again.
They came in and they went for a fight, right? They were ready to destroy, to decimate when necessary, and that's exactly what they did. A very, very impressive performance, and honestly, a hats off to the lads from the team Holak that they've been able to do so well so far. I'm really excited to see if they're going to be the ones to get the fated 9 points on the scoreboard, because that's what's up for grabs here right now. That's what they can get. I wouldn't be surprised if that is what they actually pull off. In the meantime, let's also take a look at the map that we're going to be playing on. It will be the Ascent. Oh, dear.
Ascent. Surprise, surprise. We haven't seen that at all yet today, so it's definitely a new map that we're going to be looking at. We haven't seen any of these teams play onto Ascent yet today. This is also going to be the first time we're going to be seeing Thoric and Sayu on this map specifically. We have absolutely no idea what agent picks they could be going for. So we're a bit of a dark spot here, aren't we, RJ?
I mean, honestly, I think that in this type of scenario, we've got to be honest here. We've already seen Thoric play on Ascent twice. From what I can remember, I believe, wasn't that a Brimstone pick that came through, actually? Something in that kind of ballpark? Honestly, I'm going to wait it out a little bit until we see the until we see the agent select, because we see so many agents pass through. I don't think that it can be expected of us to remember them all, because we're simply not smart enough for that. I'm not smart enough.
Speak for yourself. I know that there was a Fade. I know that there was a Sage. I know that there was a Jet in the combination. There was a Brimstone coming through as well. So I'm expecting to be a Sage as well. I'm expecting to be seeing something very similar. Thoric, not really the team that went for a double duelist. They didn't really go for that right now either. So I don't think that that's what we're going to be seeing either. Wouldn't surprise me if we do, however, because at the end of the day, the teams that did lock in the Reyna, the fact that they had that extra duelist coming through, it did give them a little bit more of an advantage. We've also seen the KO come through as well so far today on Ascent specifically, and yes, it's worked out, but is it going to be working out for Thoric? They looked much more comfortable with the Omen pick, with that paranoia, pushing it out aggressively, having that Jet available as well, so that's something that I'm looking forward to seeing. Sayu, I'm not entirely sure. But, you know, RJ, you really like to do maths on broadcasts, so considering that we've already seen these teams play before, how do you think, based on, like, your mathematical triangle of, or, like, octagon, or I don't even know what it is at this point, who's gonna win this?
Okay, you're putting me in a tough spot here. Obviously, I have been keeping my notes, making sure that I can compare the scores, that I can see who's been the best, and looking at this time, you do have to keep in mind, Seni, they have been, well, the ones that lost out against Thoric at the start. So in that sense, Thoric has actually been able to overcome one of the enemies, but that's not who they're playing against. And in that sense, in the third match that we saw today, we actually noticed Seni bring it 8-13 to Sayu. So in that sense, I think that Thoric should, normally speaking, be a little bit stronger than Sayu, if I'm not mistaken. Although on the other hand, when I look at other results, I mean, this one feels like it could be a tough one. This could actually be a scenario where we see the toughest map yet, because it feels like this is one of those matchups where, with Thoric also being a team in which we don't quite know the rank composition, we just know that they're good. Maybe they've also got a couple of Immortals hanging around there. Maybe it'll be a good enough match versus Sayu and the 3 Immortals over there and the 1 Radiant that they've got.
Yeah, and I guess it's just the unknown that we're going to have to wait and see what these teams picks and how these teams play it out specifically. Also think it's quite important to note that Ascent, we heard it earlier today from the Polish desk as well, that is happening on Stream B if you want to catch all of this action in Polish. They did specify that Thoric and Holak were the 2 strongest teams to be coming into this match, and when we saw the match Holak versus Thoric, genuinely I thought that was going to be the closest game that we're going to be seeing today. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. It was actually quite much Holak favored, so definitely I think those are the top contenders for that top spot to be going to the semis tomorrow. To me, even maybe even go to those finals. Who knows? I think they've really showed us what they're capable of, and I'm looking forward to see. But Thorak, they want to go to that second spot. They want to get this, you know, points. They want to start racking them in. They want to make sure that they're at least heading to the semis tomorrow and put up a better performance and hopefully go for that rematch. And these are the agents that are going to be picked right about now by both of these teams to see how that's going to be slotting in for their performance. And the Omen, the KO, the Jett,
Cypher.
Okay,
don't see Cypher a lot
Reyna
anymore nowadays. Yeah, I like the Reyna Fade combo. I think that they fit together really well. But then again, I think that story-wise or lore-wise, they actually have some sort of connection with each other. But don't quote me on that. I haven't been reading up, sadly. Whoops. Seems like that Cypher is being a hover for now. There's no There's no commitment so far. All the commitments over on that Sayu side. They've already got 4 out of 5 locked in. That'll be Killjoy, KO, Omen, and Jett coming through. But now we see the locking coming through. Cypher then is going to be a commitment on the Thoric side. And then for the rest, obviously Fade comes through, Omen, Sova, and Jett. There's definitely some mirroring going on. But you do have the difference in the Killjoy, in the KO versus the Cypher and the Fade. But, I mean, I just barely see Cypher anymore nowadays. You know, it feels as if he's kind of become a bit undervalued, perhaps.
I think not undervalued, but it feels like there's a lot of agents that can do very similar things to Cypher that people are comfortable playing. But I do want to point out specifically from Thorak's composition, the only player who's still on the exact same agent as we saw them earlier today is Thorak. Thorak is still playing the Fade. Wonderman is the one that was playing Omen. This time around, it's going to be playing Jett. Mousy was the one playing Jett. This time around, they're going to be playing the Sova. Nitro was playing Sova, they're now playing the Omen. XC, they were playing the Killjoy, they're now playing the Cypher. So I feel like the team has definitely learned from maybe their composition, their last game not going so smoothly, and is looking to adapt accordingly and making changes as necessary, starting off very strongly with changes coming through in Agent Select.
Indeed. Let's see how this matchup will fare. As currently Team Thoric, they might be slightly favored, but Team Sayu at the same time have also shown great potential. Both of them have gotten 3 points so far in the current standings. So this matchup is bound to be an important one to see who actually can make it through. For now, Tom starts things off. We'll take out XC as we hear some Fade abilities coming through in the meantime. Zeta moving for further pressure. Kobe finding out one of the man in the meantime. Nitro and Thoric returning. Nitro even doubling up on his kills. And a 2v3 remaining where Kozak can balance things back out again. With Nitro going down and Mousy finding a frag on Kozak. Sayu being left out. And Mousy committing to that plan for now.
Yeah, 10 bullets remaining from the side of Sayu. Gonna have to do quite a bit with it. Does have that bot available. Could have used it potentially, but a strong round coming through from Thorak. They're decisive on what side they want to hit. They start off very strong. They actually lose a member to Tom. Tom picks up the first member. So it's a bit of a strong start coming through from Sayu, but Thorak, one of the things that the team has been good at is when you lose that initial member early on, they don't just kind of take a couple of seconds to regather themselves. They stick to the plan and they push forward. That's exactly what they did. They win out some of these gunfights. And yes, the Prowler coming through from Thorak, it does quite some damage that round specifically. It forces 2 members out of tree towards window, which is a bit of an awkward situation to be in if you want to play that retake. Does open up the space a bit further from the side of Sayu, from the side of Thorak. They get the plant down and they hold as long as they possibly can. It works out in their favor. Now they're coming through with the Spectres.
Cover going out.
And those Spectres, always lovely little weapons to find impact, to find damage. Case in point, Nitro and Mousy, great start. And the 3 kills found from the get-go for Team Thoric. 2v4 will feel relatively undoable, as right now you've got the likes of Team Thoric committing further. And just 1 man left on the Kozak side. That is Kozak himself, with a shorty coming in. Has at least upgraded to a Spectre, but already feels the pressure with that spike ticking further. And him now losing his life in a moment. Zapped away.
Yeah, the animation definitely is a bit zappy. Thoric, they're going to be able to hold on to 3 of the 5 Spectres that they invested initially. They have Nitro's ult available as well. They were able to get a pick. They were able to get 4 picks, and then they were also able to pick up one of the orbs this round specifically. So that's also coming through. It's something that they might be looking to play with, as again, it can have quite a detrimental impact on Sayu's round if Nitro decides to maybe ult towards the backside, get onto maybe onto CT, set up for a flank, because it's always something that's going to be on your mind as the defenders. This ult has been used. Where is he going? Colby is going to be going out of this round specifically, and so is Nitro. Gets taken out about right away. Both Omens down, and so is Wonderman. Kozak doubling up on those kills as well.
Alarm bot down.
Wonderman, wonderful. And Sayu at least finding some bounce of resistance against Thorek. This should be the round going the ways of Team Sayu. Even though XE can commit to a spike plant, normally speaking, this should still be a done deal. There's so much man advantage that Team Sayu can work with. In case in point, it'll come into play. It's on with the last refrag, and that spike set to be defused.
Yeah, the fuse coming through is going to give him some money as well. And the thing is, for Sayu, this is kind of the round that we expected him to win. They're coming in with the Vandals. Thorek still on their last buy. They even lost some of those Spectres. So all they were really looking to do was take some Vandals off of the hand of Sayu. They took 2 members down, so 2 Vandals are taken out of the scenario. And that means that actually 2 players from the side of Sayu are not going to be able to fully buy this round. We're seeing Tom going on the knives. We see a Bulldog in the mix for Kobe. Whereas on the other side of things, Thorek, they have that healthy buy coming through. Every single member on their rifles and full shields.
And that's at least a very happy situation to be in. For Team Sayu, they'll have to try it differently. Tom showing pressure with the Blade Storm, but being found out by Mousy. And even if Zeta manages to hit a good tag, it won't lead directly to a kill. Nitro though on that refrag, and now a 2v3 remaining, as currently you've got the Owl drone looking about trying to find, but eventually dropping out. As now Team Thorek will feel the pressure mounting on them, as they don't have to retake a site per se, but they do have to retake their spike.
Wow. That's... Have you ever considered a career in rapping?
Sometimes, but
maybe you shouldn't.
What's the aggressiveness here today? What did I do? It's been like a while since we casted together, and you just chose violence. Unbelievable.
Wake up, choose violence. Unbelievable. Ginny, why are you like this, man? I would like to apologize.
So
30 seconds left.
I don't believe it for a second.
Well,
Not
they don't have
genuine.
the spike as of yet. No, it's not. It is. It is. I'll. Maybe you can be whatever you want to be. If you want to be a rapper, and that's a career you're considering, I will support you all the way.
No, that's a lot better. That's what I like to hear. Thank you, Jeannie. Now you actually make me feel good about myself. That's exactly what I needed today. For now, though, let's take a look and see which one of these teams will feel the best about themselves. We've reached that stalemate again, that 2-2 scenario that we actually saw in the previous matchup as well. And in that previous matchup, we obviously also had Team Seni coming into play. Not the case here in this case, just Team Sayu, same letters, same amount of letters as well. But for now, Team Thorek starting things up. Sayu though with the defense to hold the 4K and maybe making it the ace in a moment, but Thorek will deny the chance. Vision was not there, and Sayu will lose his life. 1v3 though means that he will at least not lose the round, normally speaking.
Enemy down.
Yeah, Thorek does have to get that spike. Does manage to pick it up. He's gonna have to go for that rotation, but with the knife out, you need to be really careful when you're crossing mid, as there's at least one player looking towards it. There is still a numbers advantage, so it's gonna be spotted as well. Gonna have to win this duel versus Kobe if he wants to walk away with it, and he does! Zeta is the only one left standing, and Thorek is absolutely sprinting for A side, looking to get the plant down. has the ult available as well. All he has to do
Spike planted.
is just relax, use ult if he has to. That's the heal coming through as well. And that is the ult being popped by Thorek. A clutch coming through. What a beautiful round. Leave it to him to clutch it out on the new agent and use those utils to a T.
That was beautiful. Absolutely massive impact found by Thorek himself. And yeah, that's going to be a fun replay to watch. Starting things off with this 4K, right? A really good lineup for Sayu. But then Thorek started. The return and the 4K in the end, really well found. And the 3-2 achieved. Team Thorek, in that sense, maybe now putting that critical amount of pressure on Team Sayu. As Tom tries some crazy antics to find a result. But Zayda's got to watch out being chased out. But at least now, finding a kill with that grenade to come through. 4v4. And for now, there's a lot of ability being used. It's Team Thorek that can safely fall back, lose just the one team member.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate situation to be put in. Zayda does manage to get the molly out, and it's gonna mean that that one player from the side of Thorek gets taken out as well. Hunter's Fury being invested from their side to looking to clean up the space. They know why Zayda is, who was tagged out, gonna get only one tag off. It's gonna allow Zayda to live a little longer to fight another day. Exy in wine tucked away, looking to catch up any flankers. But Thorek, they're not giving up. They want the site, but Sayu, they don't want to give it up either. Do you want to hold on to it for dear life? Killjoy ult used on B and mid area, which
30 seconds
is
left.
interesting. Looking to catch off any rotators, or at least delay the rotation for as long as possible, because they now need to wait for the Killjoy ult to be running out. You have 18 seconds left on the clock. You have even more Killjoy mollies on to be main, which is going to be really difficult to be walking through, especially if you're going to be walking to Charge's crosshair. Finds one, finds the other. 10 seconds on the clock. Kirby is still on the side. They're not going to have the time to clear this. Does manage to get the pick himself as well. Only one player left, but there's not enough time. Exy gets taken out as well on that rotation. And Sayu, they secured a round with some interesting Killjoy ults that actually was pretty 5-head.
Pretty 5-head even. Now that's a way to describe a Killjoy ult, alright. Really well done, and a deserved round going the ways of Team Sayu. More of those kind of plays, and really there should be great chances in the future for them. As currently they've gone toe-to-toe pretty well. 2 rounds each at the start, and now that 1-to-1 trade. Let's give our eyes peeled and see how the rest of this round progresses. Currently, Tom in a good angle for a first. A good spray down, makes the second, and dashes out of sight. Also getting that support from Zayda coming in, but his flashbang will not lead amount to much. Exy also counted out, and still somebody in that corner. But it leaves just that one player, just Thorek, who can at least make the Spectre work. But he's still facing a 1v3 and has to tank, unsuccessfully so, a shock dart from Kelzark.
Yeah, quick round coming through from Sayu. They have that eco round. They wanted to get it over with as quickly as possible. Decide to push it up on Cat, but something that they didn't expect was the fact that Tom and Zayder would be there, absolutely ready for it. The util coming out from Zayder allows Tom to push out aggressively. The Prowler comes out from Thorek, does connect with Tom, but because of the spray from the Phantom coming through, he's still able to pick up one more member. Even damages Thorek on the way out. You have the Jet Dash available once you do manage to pick up a kill. Those are the changes. You can call it a nerf, you can call it a buff. In this scenario specifically, it was more of a buff, because it allows Tom to dash away. Wonder Man lives with 1 HP. Like, literally. Like, I know people say, oh my god, he's 1 HP. No, but this is actually 1 HP.
No, it's an important distinction to make, right? But people shouldn't say that they're literally 1 HP if they're not. Then they're just lying. Who wants that? Let's take a look and see if that 1 HP is going to come into play later on, as Team Thorek, you know, can still have the luck that Wonder Man clutches things out and finds a kill right when it matters the most. Then that HP becomes a detail. There's no Sage, of course, to heal Wonder Man, so that is one disadvantage, at least in the works.
Yeah, Wonder Man, one disadvantage, one round, 1 HP. But they have to be working with. Looking to push through market. Does found the first pick come through from Sayu. Is gonna get traded out right away as util from Fade is just so difficult to deal with. Player in Broad House. Anyone left, and as they're trying to move Spike onto side, they just get taken out completely. Every single round so far, Thorek have been really waiting to run down the clock and then decide to commit to a side within the last 20 seconds. But at that point, Sayu, they're ready. They've moved everything in position already. They've pushed out aggressively. They know what side it's going to be. They're so ready for it every single time.
And speaking of being ready for it, Sayu, I am ready to see this become the turnaround, right? Shatter those expectations and then put it down to one more tense fight for our final match of the day to decide who gets that #1 and #2 spot. Zayda for now kicks things off. Great defense. Oh, lovely double. Maybe there's even potential for a triple. Sayu in the meantime pushing ahead. Again, catch out Thorek. And this leaves just a 2v5. Tom going a little bit aggressively, but will be rewarded for it. Only Zayda that fell in that round. Team Sayu in that sense, definitely maintaining a pretty solid advantage and solid reserves.
Yeah, Sayu's economy definitely looking much, much better than the one from Thorek. Coming into that round specifically with Sheriff's, you cannot call that guns blazing. You can call that guns... What's the opposite of blazing at this point? That anyone know?
I suppose guns blazing is them shooting, so... Guns unblazing. Yes, perfect solution.
Guns unblazing for that round specifically. And it's always in these eco rounds where we see teams feel very comfortable pushing it out as aggressively as possible and getting as many eco frags as possible. That's exactly what Sayu did. It's working for them. Now it's the real deal. Now you're playing against a Thorak that have full armor, full guns. And how do they want to play this? Because that's very important. We see Sayu, they do feel comfortable pushing out a little fast forward. Just a bit, not too much. So they can gather some early info.
Oh, shock dart. Won't directly connect with anybody, I think, if I saw it correctly. But for now, it will be a recon instead coming through in a moment. Look at the way Kozak angles that. But there's the ult coming through, I believe, as currently you've got an initial fight found. Sayu's swarm grenade also coming through, but it's a trade situation. It's a 3v2. It should be Sayu claiming the advantage, especially with Mousy going down. And now Tom putting the pressure on Exi at the end. 7-3. Team Sayu, they're right there and they're here for it. They keep on going, maybe even having the potential to make this the 9-3 halftime score.
There is always a possibility, but also I think something that is really worth and noting, pointing out is the fact that we've seen this a lot of times today where teams are very comfortable on one side of the map, so they're very comfortable on the attacking side or on the defensive side. This time around, for the side of Sayu, it's the defensive side. They feel very comfortable on it and they are working on it very well together. But my question is, when you're flipping the script, when they're on the attacking side, are they going to be just as comfortable? Are they going to be just as good as controlling the pace of the game? Are they going to be just as good as getting that space and pressure to come down to actually have that opportunity to get the spike down and then even defend it afterwards?
It's a very solid question to ask. I suppose only time will be able to tell, as currently Wonder Man finds his first impact. Kobe and Zayda, though, on that return. And Zayda absolutely on a roll, actually. Finds himself a double. And for now, is part of the reason why Thorek is down 2 people.
Yeah, Thorek are going to have to make this work. They don't even have the spike again. We've seen this happen the majority of the rounds specifically, is the spike just falls into Sayu's lap. Why is the spike where it is? We've seen it a lot of times happen. And it's a little concerning because if your spike carrier is continuously one of the first people to drop and you're not able to recuperate the spike based on where they dropped it off, it's a little worrying in terms of that team dynamic not really doing what you'd want it to do.
Let's keep our eyes peeled and see if currently then we enter that final round as nicely displayed. Last round before the swap. Although, funnily enough, in game they always say last round before the switch. Crazy how that works. Let's see who switches around the advantage, as currently the first engagement's already happened. These teams definitely being quick to go for the first few fights, I think. As at the moment, you've got Zeta potentially thinking, oh, they're going to come through main again. Can I get some more kills, please? But Exia will maybe scare him away a little bit. Bulldog popping off. And him definitely in need of a player to kill so that he can pop that Cypher ult.
Yeah, Neural Theft hasn't been used as of yet, so something that you always would like to invest to gather some sort of information on the positioning of your enemy team. Because it seems like at this point, Thorak really need any help they can possibly get to be able to secure a couple of rounds and close it down just a bit further. The Odin might be something that they don't want to be dealing with. I don't want to be dealing with. I don't like Odins. They are scary. And they're very loud. And especially on Ascent, it's just one of those guns that are so good because Ascent is a cardboard map.
Fair enough, fair enough. I get it, right? Odins are really, really fierce, and I think on Ascent, with it being that cardboard, just set that Odin down, brrr, and you should probably be able to get a kill or two on that B main area. That's where I always see it being used. For now, though, what I also see is the fact that even though Team Thorek made a pretty solid start with their pistol round, with their second round chaser, pretty much after that, things did not go well anymore. It's a 9-3 halftime score. Team Thorek are pretty much nowhere to be found, it feels like. And I do really wonder where this second pistol round, I should say, is going to go to. If Team Sayu can get this, then there's great potential for them to make this into a very similar 13-3, maybe 13-5 or something like result.
Bring them down.
Yeah, there's always a possibility to close this down. Prowler is going to be getting some information. In regards to people wanting to get onto site, a dash's already been confirmed as well. And Sayu is going to start off the round with the pick, and so is Tom. The trade's going to come through. Eventually, Kobe's going to be taken out. The numbers advantage so far is still in favor of Sayu. They now have the plant down. They're able to move into their positions for the post plant. And if you have one in hell, one tree, one main, it's a lot of angles that you're covering at the same time. And because of the sheer numbers advantage, it's just so much more easier to do it. And also it's easier to do it when you just click heads and instantly delete the player off of the map. But you know what? That's not the only reason. You also get some strategy. Ooh, dashes the wrong way though. Finds one. Now it's a 2v1, but the time's ticking. And it's now or never for Mousy.
And it seems to be never for Mousy. He'll fall, and you've got the attackers moving out of dodge, but only Sayu is actually able to survive. Now, let's be real here. This was a mere pistol round for them. It's not like they just lost a full set of Vandals or anything. It's also good to see that Sayu actually manages to claim that second pistol round, because that makes a massive, massive difference. And I think that honestly, grabbing that pistol round just means that they've just set themselves up for a potential 13-3 in no time.
Yeah, they're gonna have that ability to come through with Spectres if they feel like they want to do so. And Tom even going as far as investing in a Phantom. Hopefully it does pay out. It does pay off, because there's always a little risk involved when doing so. Nitro with the shorty is looking to push out. It does find the initial attack, but it's not going to be enough. As Tom is leading the charge with his team right behind him. Looking to get onto the site and looking to give his team the pressure they need to actually go for the plant. 9 HP, he's going to have to dash back. But he spotted out 3 players.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
Phantom over to the teammate to die right away. But it's given Kobe enough time to wrap around and come up with a few nice and clean picks. 11 to 3.
Very nice indeed. And currently, I mean, this is Team Sai. They're just continuing. Team Thoric will have to make that return right now because we see that buy on their side. Phantoms, Vandals. Ooh, and Ari's coming out. Deary me, mousy. These are dire times indeed. I wonder how that one's going to come into play precisely. Obviously, we'll want to get some sort of wallbang effect going. But his enemies won't be anywhere near B main. It's Team Sai that have set themselves up to at least kick things off near A. Nitro may be able to make that difference, but actually, surprisingly enough, does not. Kozak on the return. Wonderman that's been able to eliminate Tom, and now that Ultimate Orb also being captured. Really, really powerful. The trade happening so far means that there's balance in the player count. Although Omen is quite low HP, to be fair, on the Team Sai side.
Yeah, it's throwing that Paranoia out, playing off it aggressively. They were looking to get a couple of picks coming through. Wonderman does find 2 himself. The Shock Dart is going to shut him down eventually. There's still 3 players alive on the side of Thorek. Make that 2 as the Bulldog does catch Thorek with his pants down. Is looking to use some util. Xe gets caught himself 1 as well. So now it's just on Sayu to try and clutch this out with a Bulldog. It's not going to be enough. But it's an expensive one for Sayu, for Thorek, as they've lost 3 out of the rifles that they invested in.
This is a right shame, and this is, well, I'd say a combination, right? It's not merely the rifles being so strong, but also that position that Wonderman was holding on the A site. You saw him dashing out every now and then, just popping out, grabbing a kill. Popping out, grabbing another kill. Get 2 or 3 of those, and boom, you're already in a scenario in which you have a massive advantage, and in which you create a situation that Team Sayu can't overtake anymore.
Yep. This time around, though, the buy is going to be coming through as well. And Tom has the knives available. They feel quite deadly. They might not be bullets, but they still hurt. And it's something that Tom has showed us time and time again what he's capable of doing. Updraft's going to come through. He's not going to be spotting out anyone, but a lot of noise is going to be getting some attention towards the mid area. And Tom's going to have to deal with it as the rest of the team's looking to slowly move on to A site while 2 members gather in front B. Pretty default setting coming through from the side of Thorek.
Here.
They're holding on to their angles. They're very disciplined. They don't want to push out aggressively.
That's the perfect call by them. Now taking risks will just get you punished. It will lead to you losing a player here or there. And you have to keep in mind on that defender side that Team Sayu are looking at just 2 more rounds that they need. Vision denied for Thoric this time. Judge will only lead to the 1 kill. But normally there should be plenty of players to get this battle. Although Nitro, he does give his position away. And you do get commitment to the spike plant. Nitro, however, can eventually find Kozak. And Zeta will not succeed in the next fight. A 1v4 should be undoable. And indeed, Wonderman makes it so. Finds Kobe, I think, almost by chance. And it will lead to Team Thoric getting their 5th round.
Yeah, Thoric looking to close this out, and because of winning that round specifically, they're now forcing Sayu in a bit of an awkward buy. There's no knives available on Tom. He just used them last round as well. So that means that if Thoric tries this time around, and they don't give away a Thrifty to Sayu, they can close the gap even further. They can make it 6 to 11. With their ult economy as well, the fact that they have those knives available on Wonderman, if they are forced into an eco round at any point, that is still something that they can be playing off of. The initial tag on mid is going to be scanning. Scary days indeed.
Zeta starting things off. XD found Tom actually with that further commitment. Oh dear. You've got that at least Hunter's Fury coming through. It'll connect with one player, but that's it. For the rest, it doesn't really amount to all that much. Now Mousie's starting to feel the pressure. His position's known, but his Odin goes brrr, and he finds himself a double. However, now he'll pull the attention of Kozak, who'll think, oh, that is quite a nice Odin for me, actually. The only advantage that does work in favor of Team Thorek, and I should just say Thorek because his team is pretty much dead, is the fact that both KO and Sova are both extremely low HP. If there's an angle...
They can play off of each... Yeah.
Yeah. If there's an angle, then it could work for him, but even then, you indeed have that exact thing going, that refrag potential. Haunt getting destroyed for now. And Thorek's abilities just not getting a chance. Kozak finishing the battle with the Odin. 12-5. Sayu even has put himself on match point.
Yeah. And they've been able to pick up the Odin as well in the process of doing so. Not sure if they're going to feel comfortable playing it on the attacking side. However, it seems like that will be the case. This time around, going into this one specifically, looking at the ult, every single player from Thorek will have their ults available if they decide to let Nitro take one of the ult orbs. However, on the side of Sayu, it's only the Killjoy lockdown that is there. So Thorek could throw everything into this round to hold on for just another day. The question is, will they be willing to do so? Are they going to be given the opportunity to do so? Because that is Nitro already off the board.
Oh, Mousy!
And so is the Hunter's Fury.
Oh dear, that is terribly unfortunate. I thought that there was going to be a chance for Mousy right there to get that Odin popping off, but then you had that immediate return, and that was anything but favorable.
Yeah,
because right now, XC moves on out.
You should run.
I was afraid there. Truly afraid.
Yeah.
That a refrag angle was going to be right there.
You never know with Valorant.
Yeah, it is possible. Tom, though, comes through 2v4. Is this going to amount to anything? Even if the lockdown won't get anyone going, you still got Saju that takes the first and make it the third, actually. Sayu with a great performance at the very end. And not just Sayu, but the entire team, really. That was a banger, and that was a very deserved 13-15. Not the way I would have predicted the score to go, actually, I'll be really honest.
Yeah, going into this specifically, I think we both kind of said at Holog they look pretty strong. They're one of those teams that we were expecting to be winning this, and we even heard it from our Polish colleagues. Maybe they played a game on us. Maybe it was a bit of an upset, but yeah, saw you walking away with this win specifically, and it's not just that, oh, they won the game, it's they really convincingly won this game. They genuinely showed us what they can do. They genuinely showed us what they're capable of. They showed us that they can play well together as a team. They showed us they can play well together around util, around each other, but also individually. And it was the pace changes coming through from round into round, where one round it was more of an aggressive style coming through, the other round it was a little more laid back, and that's genuinely what stood out to me the most this game so far.
Absolutely. It's those kind of things that will at least give Sayu a leg up for the potential upcoming match, because there's one more left, obviously, and that will be Sayu versus Holak. Now, with that, of course, we can actually say that in a sense, those those semi-finalists have already been decided, but they still got to play for that seeding. You still got that situation in which Sayu does have to maybe beat out Holak to try and bring this to the, or bring himself to those fated 9 points and actually get ahead, get that great position to be in, and make sure that they actually have a good chance to move that grand or that semi-final even a little bit more in their favor.
Yeah, and I guess we're going to be finding it out right after the break, as we're going to be back with the final game of this evening.
Hey, chat.
promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Come here, girl. Come to the bed. Come here, girl. Come to the bed. Make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild.
Welcome back, gamers, to the final game of today. We're going to be looking at Saju versus Holak. And both of these teams are going to be battling it out for that seeding as we're going to be heading into the semis and the finals tomorrow. RJ, we've seen a heck of a lot of Valorant today. How are you feeling about this final game?
Yeah, honestly, this final one is going to be probably an absolute banger, especially when you consider the fact that they're playing for that semi-final position, right? It's an exciting prospect, and it's something where they're really going to have to show themselves, where they're going to have to prove, okay, who deserves this top seeding the most? Who deserves to get this best possible chance for a shot at the grand final, and eventually that exciting opportunity for a LAN in Wrocław. By the way, shout out obviously to the city of Wrocław, to HyperX and to Surfshark for helping us out and for supporting us with this event, with this tournament, as currently they are really showing up. Apologies there, quite the smile on my face as my dog just suddenly decides to run into my room and leave again. That happens as well, you know, gotta love remote work.
Working from home do be like that sometimes, but if your favorite streamer unfortunately hasn't made it yet, you can always make sure to vote for them for the HyperX wild card. We've already had a couple of content creators make it through. They'll be battling it out on their own in their own tournament for that final 6th spot to be at LAN. And we have the map picks. I know you said we're going to be seeing Ascent for the rest of the day, and you were actually wrong. Can you believe it? RJ being wrong twice in one broadcast? Is this the end of the world? What's going on?
No,
well,
I think, you know,
Haven.
it's like a repeat a little bit, right? And I'm actually going to have a quick check, you know, in my notes. When we saw Haven, it was Saju that played it. So in that sense, it's a bit of a repeat, you know, but
yeah.
I wonder right now, playing against Holak, this will still be a completely different game, you know? The only sense in which it is a repeat, it is the fact that it's the same map. For the rest, I think seeing these two face off against one another will create a completely different playing field, because I think that these might actually be the best possible teams that we have in the current groups.
Yeah, and they're going to be playing for that seeding, but also the fact that we have seen Sayu on this map specifically most likely means that Holak have seen them on this map as well, so they know what Sayu is capable of, they know what Sayu does, they know how Sayu likes to play it. And initially, that could actually give Holak some sort of an advantage coming into this game specifically. But again, Holak, one of those teams that we spoke about earlier today, the fact that they have those core 3 members that have a lot of experience, they know how they want to play it together, they know they are very good at playing it together. And then you throw in that duelist. I know they picked the Phoenix last time around, not really your pick, but it still worked out for them specifically. Yeah. So Haven, one of those maps, you know, you have those 3 those 3 spike sites that you can go for the plant. It's going to be a bit more difficult from the defensive side of things, but the attacking side, which whoever team goes on at first, I think that's going to show us quite a lot of the dynamic that's going to be going on. And I'm genuinely looking forward to see what teams are going to be pulling out in terms of strategy, because this is one of those maps that allows a lot of creativity. We've seen it when Sayu played it. There was not a single agent that was the same on both teams. Every single team went for a different agent, and now even with Fade in the mix, dare I say we might be seeing a Fade and a Breach come through on like the same team. I think it would be a little nasty, so maybe not. But we've seen the Sky and the Breach come through from Sayu, and it worked out really well for them. They were really good at combining that util, combining those ultimates. So we're going to be looking at the agent select specifically to see whether or not that's still something that we can expect. And already Zayder has locked in the Sky, and Kozak, he's hovering the Breach, and we've seen what he can do on it already.
Yeah, it might be going to Costi, but they're hovering quite a bit. So maybe, you know, leave that side for what it can be. For now, as you already see Sayu saying at the get-go, yeah, boom, I know what I want to play. Boom, the entire team really, save for just Kozak, that have committed, but probably Kozak also sticking to that Breach, like you said. Cost in the meantime looking in the Cypher, and Kayak following it up with the Jet, the KO coming through from Kareem, and this being a scenario where we won't be seeing a Fade and Breach combination, sadly. I'd hope maybe that Chavru was going to touch upon it for a moment there, but it isn't meant to be. And it will be just Excite left out to lock in his Omen Yeah, I think right now we're still seeing relatively diverse agent selections, right? You've got the Jet and the Omen that are solid factors, that are similar factors, but for the rest, this is all different. For the rest, you know, Killjoy, Sky, and Breach versus a Cypher, Sofa, and KO. So that at least provides a different kind of playing field.
Yeah, the Cypher and the Killjoy similar in the terms of having that util available. They can be holding down sides by themselves when you are on the defensive side of things, but also when you're on the attacking side, both of these agents have that opportunity to set down their util so that they can make sure that you're not getting flanked and none of that is coming through. But when you're looking at the Sky and the KO, again, very similar in terms of both of these agents have those flashes available. They have that util that is paired very well with a Jet, which will allow a Jet usually to push out aggressively when you are on the attacking side of things. When you're on the defensive side, again, you have that util, you have that information gathering aspect coming through from the Sky. You have it with the Trailblazer, you have it with the Seekers, you have it with the Guiding Light as well. So again, that gives a lot of information when you're defending, when you're attacking or defending, and it's very similar to the Sova. Very good at collecting that information. It's just the Breach that's coming through that you can't really compare the Breach to the KO, can't really compare it to the Cypher. So it's going to be interesting to see how this dynamic is going to be playing out. All in all, both teams with solid compositions coming into it. And we're going to be starting it off with Holak on the attacking side of things. So good luck to us, good luck to them, and I'm excited to get into the last game of the day.
Cage triggered.
Oh my lord, good luck to us as well. Wow, now we just can't fail, I think. Honestly, let's take a look at this, right? Team Holak executing quite quickly for that middle site, going for the B site, and Kobe coming into play in a moment, normally speaking, but the spike will be planted. Can't deny that. And for a moment, I thought there was a beautiful lineup for Kobe to come through, but it won't happen. Currently, that leaves a one-man disadvantage Team Sayu deals with right now, as abilities have come down to delay when necessary. Costy, though, with the lurk out of C. It'll be to Zeta to grab the first kill, but there's still a lot left to do. Chavru returning on Zeta, and a 2v4 on the board, with the spike happily ticking down. Kozok at least putting some good ability usage in, but it won't lead to anything. Sure, some distraction there, right? Some disorientation on the players, but nobody eventually fragged.
Yeah, starting it off pretty strong onto B side, left unchecked, giving Holak an opportunity to run forward, play post plant in windows, pretty standard outside garage, and Cypher doing Cypher things, going for a lurk, coming through with a flank. It's something you should usually be expecting when you're playing against a Cypher. You need to have those eyes in the back of your head, and that's what we said that the Killjoy can bring with some of that util. Unfortunately, didn't come through this time around. Now, the aggressive push coming out from the side of Sarger is going to cost them not one, not two, but three members to start the round off with. It's going to allow Kayak to pick up a nice 3A coming through, pushing aggressively out from Garage. He's going to spot a member. Going to be passing each other just a little. Kosti with 2 HP, looking not to get caught in the way, but Kozak is already wrapped all the way around. Gonna get a false sense of security. They're passing each other time and time again. This is the third time that they're just milliseconds for them to actually just turn around, guys. Hello.
Oh, so sad, but hey, it happens. Kosti now finally moving ahead, and we'll be spotting out Kozak in a moment. He will, but then he completely whiffs the shots. Luckily, though, Kareem and the teammate coming through. I'm sorry, I was just a little bit caught off guard there by that, like, turret thing that was suddenly appeared as a kill animation. Crazy how some of those skins work. For now, Team Holak is entering bonus round territory, although Kayak and Kareem might be able to commit to a buy anyway. I'm not sure what their plan is exactly.
Yeah. Well, you have the knives available on Kayak. Doesn't need more than that. Can hurt just as much as a Vandal can. Those knives are pretty deadly. Aggressive push going to be coming through. He's going to get spotted out right away. They want to delay it for as long as they can. They don't want to give Kayak those dashes. Changes that have come through from the Jet. Dash is now no longer available. It's not going to be replenished. That's a bit of a sticky situation to be in as a Jet, but nevertheless. You must prevail. This time around, turning their attention to B.
Just a bit of patience even that's needed. But hey, it will be shown in a moment, I believe, by the Team Holek side. As currently, they take the right moment to push ahead. No direct competition, and again, that utility, those abilities holding things off. There will be some in return coming through, but for now it's only been a trade at the beginning. Kayak still waiting to make his knives sing. And Kareem going for the close range, but Sayu winning that battle. Chavru, though, coming through. Sight with the knife. Oh, with the Spectre, but it's Kayak with the knife to come through. The headshot found and a double kill coming out of it. Vandal also recovered, means a really economically strong round for Team Holek as well. I mean, look at this. 4 people just have rifles from the get-go. That's a great bonus to take with you later in this first half.
Yeah, and even going to be able to buy one for Costi. The team has more than enough resources available to invest in their own teammates. You know, don't just invest in yourself, invest in your teammates too. If they need a gun, please buy it for them. It does help them out a little. But Sayu, on the other hand, they're forced onto Shiko. Every single member has that sheriff coming through. It's an eco round. And they're looking to push out aggressively on mid because that's exactly what Holak has been doing for the past 3 rounds. But instead, they're only going to find 1 member. And Holak, they're more than happy to take C as a return.
Exactly. I mean, if Sayu can show up like this, can make that difference, at least there can finally be a round into the play. But Kareem with the first hold. Kozak, though, coming through. And Chavru now has to do it, but does not succeed in the slightest. The return, it seems to become a reality. There's only 2 players left. Neither Kayak nor Omen have any sort of potential for damaging abilities. But even then, pressure can be found. Look at this. Look at the timing. This is really well done. And I think that there's still ample time for a defuse. But that got close. Yeah. That got close.
Thrifty.
Yeah, that's a thrifty coming through from Sayu, and we've seen them do this in previous games as well. They're good under pressure. And Holak, they crumbled a little. They had the sites under control. They had everything ready. They had the spike down, even moved into post-plant positions. But then the U-tail comes out from Kozak. It forces Kareem out of their position. They can no longer hold on to the exit from garage. The floodgates are completely open. Members start dropping. And Sayu, they played that incredibly well as a team. Very good round coming through. Very strongly executed. And Holak still has some resources available. That is 1 position to be caught on Kobe.
And for now, it's more ability usage, but Sayu somewhat caught out at the start here. Already 3 people lost, and Holak still maintaining 4 out of 5 players. Kareem also aware of a player right there near that B site, trying to bait them out of position. Kayak, luckily dodging a shot there, will escape with his life. As currently, the spike happily ticks away, as the players from the Team Sayu side maybe would rather consider getting away.
Yeah, this time around, doesn't seem like Holak want to make the same mistake they did last round. They don't want to give isolated 1v1s. They don't want to peek. They're more than happy to just hold their corners and wait for Sayu to be walking into them. And that's the right call to make. Last round, it was very costly. It was an eco round coming through from Sayu. This time around, when the playing field is leveled, when they both have the same guns, it seems that Sayu hasn't had that opportunity to compete with them as of yet.
Absolutely not. And economics always are such a strong factor, so keep your eyes peeled for those. I would like to see Sayu try to maybe show stronger control from the get-go. I get the feeling that Holak really gets an open game as well to just move onto that site. So I'd like to see Sayu, even with a lesser buy, maybe try to hold down narrower choke points. You know, think of pushing closer to C-Long, and that is what they're doing right now. At least if there is an execute in that direction, they will maintain better control there. But the aggressiveness is a risky strat because they've been punished for it before. This time, though, it will find some success. Tom to take the first kill, Sipe to go down, and Kosti to feel a little bit lonelier in his corner.
Aw, poor Kosti. It's okay.
Yeah,
You
really
can go
sad.
back with the rest of your team. It looks like A this time around is maybe where the reunion shall occur. A spike's been taken, but you're a Cypher. You're a Kosti. You want to play the lurk. You want to see if you can catch anyone out of position. And the members from Sayu, they're not moving. They're holding on. And this is exactly what we wanted to see from them. They haven't had any success really holding on to sites so far. They haven't lost much space. And as I say, so Kosti is going to find the first pick. He's going to come through with a trade. But Kayak, he's already in heaven. They don't expect him to be there. He's going to be able to play off of it. Gets the first pick. Molly coming through. The Seekers are going to be destroyed right away. It's going to allow Christian to push out aggressively. The Trailblazer is going to force him back even further. The Killjoy ult has been invested. They still don't know that he's still in heaven, but it doesn't matter. Zedder takes him out right away. Kobe finds a pick of his own, and now Kareem is the one left to deal with the damage. As he's in a 1v3, he's gonna find the first, but it's being stuck, gets the third. He's gonna have to let go of the defuse.
What?
Zayder does eventually win the trade. The fuse comes through. That's a win for Sayu, getting away with the skin of their teeth.
Such a close call, and I do want to give credit to Kayak for making that play near heaven. I really like the idea behind it, initially using that aggressiveness, the element of surprise to pick out a kill, but then also having Chavru bait so many shots, trying to make sure that he could pull further attention to him. But even then, it just didn't work out. If that one kill extra had been found by Kayak, this would have been, I think, a 1 round. But that wasn't the case. Team Sayu deservedly get the second on the board. Only 2 behind for now. Easily able to recover from that. But the pressure to recover does move up further. Although maybe Tom will make sure that the recovery will still find success.
Rolling Thunder is gonna come through. Yes, the spike's been planted down, but it's already so much space cleared from the side of Sayu. The only 2 left from Holak. The Blade Storm is gonna come out, and that's every single member cleared out. Sayu are putting up a fight. They're closing the gap. 3 to 4 to be coming through. What an absolute performance. They have something just clicked for them, and it's working.
Absolutely. So this is what we like to see. A banger of a last match. Thank you very much. And
Smacked.
honestly, is smacked. Deserved, really, you know, if you put it like that. I think that right now Team Sayu has got great potential to move to the 4-4, and from there, take a bit of a fresh start, right? I just want to see them move to that 4-4 without taking too much economic damage as well.
Get out of my way.
Cage triggered.
Holak are gonna have to get a little bit more creative on this map if they want to get that top seeding. We said that they're good at what they do. It's just a matter of showing it to us. Kayak does have the knives, hasn't activated the dash as if he had operator sights caught off with the smokes. They're gonna be walking through the cage. Get the neural theft online. Yes, it's gonna be going off, so they know the information where the rest of the members are. It's gonna give Kayak that opportunity to go for the plant. Knives are still available, dashing away. Cloudburst to delay those sight lines. Just cut them off. Don't give Sayu the opportunity to capitalize off of the operator. Kobe in an intriguing position of his own, looking to wrap around. Want to hold off this retake for as long as they can. They need to be pushing through the smoke. It is planted for A-Link. Paranoia is gonna come through. It's gonna allow Xipe to capitalize off of it. Instead, he finds 2 members. Sayu's the only one left, has the operator. Is gonna have to go for the safe, but they wanna hunt him down. They don't wanna give them that opportunity to go for it, but it can cost them your life. But not if you're as quick as Kayak. He's gonna be able to get the operator himself instead. 5-3. And they're getting serious.
And that will be a chance for Team Holak to continue their streak. They started off with 3 rounds in a row. And now if they could tail out this first half with 4, well, make it actually 5 in a row, This could be a really strong halftime score to maybe repeat some of the previous results that they've booked. Because obviously, looking at Holak, I immediately have to think of their 13-3 result that they managed to get versus Team Seni. So in that sense, there's perhaps some extra pressure resting on them.
Pressure makes diamonds or break pipes. And it depends which category
Oh, wow.
each one of these teams are going to be falling into. It looks like Holak so far under pressure. They've been performing well, but every single time you foresaw you onto an eco round, they come out with a thrifty. Which begs the question, which team is performing better? So far, Zayder performing better on that skirmish, does come away and comes out of it ahead. But also, it does mean that the rest of the crew are going to get onto site. And they're even going to get the plan down. Seekers are going to be coming through, giving away some information. Operator drop. They don't want to bring it in just yet. Tom dashes into the crosshair. Seekers are going to be spotting out. Gets another pick coming through. The 2K fully flashed, but it doesn't matter. Members have all dropped, and Holak are walking away with a 3-round lead. Sayu, their economy, it's looking a little scary, RJ.
It's not that much, no. And it's problematic, I dare even say so. Sheriff's now coming out, a Marshal hero there, Kozok, being a lucky man to still have a Vandal in his hands, but he's also the only one over there. And honestly, with him being the bottom fragger, I would tell him to give it off to Zayda if I was the IGL in that team right now. No, you just gotta realize, I do that in my comp games, you know, when I'm playing with people and I notice, oh, I'm really playing terribly. But I'm the only one with money, you know? Here you go, dude. You're top fragger. You deserve it. Sometimes you gotta take one for the team. Just like right now, the Aldro moves ahead and can scan the site pretty well. Xipe then holding off the back line. And both him and his opponent being disoriented. Eventually, though, Xipe will connect. And Kayak is right there for the refrag after his teammate falls. 2v4 and Team Holak have pretty much netted themselves around again.
Yeah, they only lose 1 in the process, whereas Sayu have dropped 3 members. For Tom, it's going to be pretty difficult to get onto site from this angle as they're all by themselves. Not entirely sure what's happening to Sayu, holding a completely different part of the map by himself. He's slowly walking away, looking to potentially exit frag. Tom does find the exit frag of his own. He's now the last player looking to die to the spike. Or cause some economic damage, but it's gonna be the former, not the latter. That skin on that knife, by the way, like, I want that. That's gorgeous.
Wait, this one?
Yeah, it has RGB. Look at it.
I mean, I suppose. Yeah, I can see. But
nah, you just hate on all the skins.
No, I like. You know what? You know the skins that I like.
Yeah,
the swords and that kind of stuff. I'm basic like that. I just like them. It
so
gives
you
me
like the Minima skin line?
No. Don't go there. I will contest that. I remember one of the first knives they brought out. That was an absolute banger. Just like right now, the start of this round for Team Say was an absolute banger. Only Kayak who's been able to return, but with him being the only man, it shouldn't be worth that much. Zayda now fragging out Kareem means that it's a 1v3, and Chavru, you're a lovely player, but this is undoable. Team Sayu booking round number 4. And maybe creating a chance for the 5-7, which, if you can chase it up with a pistol round, is a really doable halftime score. Should give potential to Sayu for finishing this out, for dealing with this.
Yeah. Getting that pistol round would be absolutely incredible. And again, 7-5, it looks way better than 4-8. It also impacts that mental, it impacts that momentum that the team has going on. It's definitely something you need when you're playing these best of ones, because you don't have a chance to refine your mistakes and go back and play them again and do the same thing over again. You have one shot, that's all you got. And if you make a little bit of a mistake, it's gonna be a bit of a pickle. And it looks like Kobe was a bit of a pickle there himself. Does get punished. Gets a bit too overzealous. Now Zayder looking to wrap around.
We'll keep our eyes peeled as currently Chavru might be that first
Enemy remaining.
line of attack, and look at it right away. It starts with Chavru, but Kareem and Kosti chase hard. Kozak on the defense, but it's just not meant to be. Spike still initiated by Kayak, but it doesn't matter. We enter the second half, and we enter that second half with Team Holak 8-4. An incredibly strong position for them. And Team Sayu, you've got a lot to do, and you've got to start with the pistol round.
Well, pistol round, you got the second round. Just taking it one by one would potentially be more of a sustainable way to look at it. The thing here is, does Sayu want to go gun blazing, run it down onto a site? Or are they going to be more comfortable splitting it up? From the looks of it, they want to go for mid, but you already have the tripwires and the Cypher cam set up.
Good work.
So that might be a bit of a risky play to be going for, as Kayak, they're looking to push out aggressively from A main, and that's exactly what they're doing. Some util being thrown towards B. Kareem and Kosti gonna back off just a bit further. But back up, it's on the way. Kosti loses life. Stray bullet finds his head. And Sayu, they're gonna back off. They've got what they wanted. It's time to go somewhere else.
For now, it's a good move by Sayu to play patient. They've still got more than a minute to play with, to wait with. And indeed, to use that minute to maybe throw in one player as a distraction element, looking at Sky over there. As Zayda moves further up, it could be really powerful. Now the execute comes through out of garage. Sayu with the double. Xipe, though, finds his own. And for now, it's a 1v3. Undoable, untenable. Chavru goes down. And it will be Team Sayu 5-8. Saying, hey, 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 we're coming back.
The comeback is real. And Kayak is the only player that's going to be picking up some sort of rifle. He's going to be going for the Marshall and the hero rifle coming through, but it's the better buy from Sayu. We've seen Sayu, however, they have won rounds where they were on the absolute worst buy that you could possibly imagine. So unless Holak is able to pull just an incredible stunt, it's safe to say that Sayu are closing that gap very steadily. And they're looking to go for maybe they don't want the 3 points. Maybe they're happy with 1.
Nah.
They want the 3 points. Everybody wants the 3 points.
Of course they do. That's the logical thing to go for. Still, in one sense, Team Sayu still gets to be happy, right? Because they are guaranteed to go to the semi-finals regardless. They've got that position secured. This is being played for seeding. But still, for the sake of seeding, you do want to know where you end up on, and you do want to get that best possible position. And for now, Team Sayu is giving it their very best, just like Kayak is on the return with the Marshall, but also on the 2v3. 2v2 was a little bit too much to ask, and a defuse was far flung to be found. Kareem wanting to go for an exit frag, but Kozak not giving him the chance. Taking the high road, and Team Sayu taking a higher round count. 6-8. 2 rounds are all that's needed. There's potential here up in the air.
Yeah. Look at the difference between Kayak and Tom. Tom 11-9-4, Kayak 21-7-2. They're absolutely popping off, trying their best to close this game out. There's obviously still an opportunity to do so. This time around, they're coming in with the Vandals for every single player. Whereas Sayu, they're still on the guns that they had last round. 2 Spectres and a Bulldog in the mix. But this is the defensive side of things from Holak. It's just not looking as strong and as well coordinated as we expected him to be. Kosti. He's gonna find the first frag. Cyphercam's gonna tag another player.
Spike down.
The location is revealed from Kayak, and he loses the Vandal in the skirmish. Spike, however, outside garage. All Holak have to do is play this as patiently as possible and stop dropping to a bulldog if they want to walk away with the win. And that's exactly what they do. Kosti coming out on top this time around, doing so much.
So much. Really, though, Kosti, I think in the bigger picture, not doing all too much. Kayak still by far leading the fray for Team Holak. And Sai being a solid middle-of-the-road player. For the Team Sai side, you see a far more consistent performance. And I wonder how this performance will now pan out, as currently both teams have ample weaponry. Kayak even rocking the Guardian. That might be a little bit of a struggle point. But hey, for him, if he can hit his mark, he should be fine. Oh, Kosti. You're showing some aggression here, and you're bound to run into a certain Sayu. Surprise, surprise, he says. And that's a great entry. That's the start that you want to see from Team Sayu from the get-go.
Yeah, it's even going to give them the opportunity to get the Rolling Thunder online. So whichever site they decide to go for, it should pretty much be guaranteed to get under their lock and key as long as they play well off of that util. The Rolling Thunder is such a huge piece, such a huge key to securing these rounds. Kayak, he's wrapping around. Sayu's belt's already been destroyed by Kosti, so he feels comfortable doing so. He's gonna find the first pick. He's gonna get a bit of a knock up. They're looking to punish him. The Cloudburst's giving him some form of cover. He's not gonna find another pick. Zayden does manage to shut him down eventually, but the lockdown, the killjoy. 3 players detained. And it will be an absolute field day for Zayder if he can actually find them. But unfortunately for him, it's not going to be the case. He doesn't have the spike either. And he's gonna get spotted out by the drone. 10 seconds on the clock. 1v3. He's gonna find the first, but that's all he's gonna be good for.
And that's the 10th round achieved by Team Holak. This is an important mark to hit. This is a milestone and a half. Just 3 rounds left, and for Team Sayu, that pressure is going to be mounting further and further. Because currently, economically, I believe Team Sayu is still doing relatively alright. Although I think relatively alright might be a bit of an overstatement. Tom is one of the only ones with a Vandal, a Phantom, it seems like, in his hands. And in theory, if an ultimate point is recovered, you could talk about a chance to then pop that Blade Storm, drop that Phantom for someone else. But once you have to start doing juggling acts like that, it's already gone too far.
Yeah. And again, Sayu, another thing that's pretty far is the lead that Holak have on them. Yes, it's 4 rounds. That's 4 consecutive rounds that you need to win. Holak is closer to winning, to match point, than they are to closing the gap with Sayu. 2 players already down. Plan's gonna be coming through. Kosti's gonna be able to tag him out. Updraft coming through as well. As the Blade Storm. Neural Theft isn't gonna quite connect, but Kosti finds one, finds the other from Kayak. And now Sayu's is left to deal with all of this mess by himself. All he has is Scythe, is a Sheriff, gets tagged out by the Neural Theft. Kayak picking up that final kill of the round. 11-6, 2 more rounds for Holak. And they're going to be first seed from Group B heading into the semis tomorrow.
It is really starting to look like it, isn't it? Just 2 more rounds. That's all it will take. Come on, Team Holak. Prove us that you can do this. As currently you also see Team Sayu heading into this make it or break it round. The creds are dropping like a brick through the air. And there's weaponry being bought. Vandals, Phantoms all around. That is being sorted. But if this round doesn't work out for Team Sayu, then the next one, and that would be the one to hold off Team Holak claiming the entire map, will be dire. Let's find out though. As initially Seekers fly out, coming from Sky. And there is still a Breach ult potentially into play now. Moving ahead to pretty much open up that entire A site. Kozak with the entry. Chavru to go down. For now, though, there's some vision. Kosti on the mark, but not immediately finding the frag. And the spike being planted pretty quickly. This is Team Sayu in a strong position, forcing Team Holak to retake from the after plant. Can they do this? As there's all sorts of angles being held, all sorts of players being put out of position. But some more ability usage to come through. Sayu stands at ready, costing the first kill, but Zayda returns. And Zayda goes for the double, the triple. Sayu finishing it out, and the 7-11 on the board.
7-11, like the grocery store.
Yeah. We don't have
those. No, we don't have this in the UK either, but...
Oh, wow. That sounded very American of you. No, I'm not going to try and do an American accent. I sound like an absolute idiot when I do that. I know,
You
right?
do.
Exactly.
Not just one with the American accent. I need to stop going for these jabs. I'm so sorry. I cannot help myself.
Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Maybe something that's better could be Kayak and his Blade Storm. A little bit caught out, though, by the Eagle to fly out. As right now, you've got Kayak being hammered by the utility. For now, though, it's a bit of a more patient play. It's Team Holak waiting out, perhaps, where that is also, I think, the best possible option. And Team Sai setting themselves up for that C-long angle. Got to be wary still. There's an Omen waiting right there. Although I wonder when his ult is going to come into play. A teleport to attacker spawn. He could go for it, but it would be way too daring. For now, Kareem moves ahead. Oh, this is aggressive. The flash combination could be good. Although for now, there's a wait coming through it again. And Team Sayu, it seems like they're doubting. Where are they going to go? What are they going to do?
Looking at the fact that it's only 30 seconds on the clock, they have to decide today. The flash is going to be coming out. It's going to allow Kareem to go for an aggressive play. Only finds one, though. As Kozak shuts him down. But Side, they're aware. They're aware this is going to be an A-hit. The Hunter Sphere is going to come through to get some assistance. He's going to find no tags as of yet. Saib does manage to find two of his own. Kosti left to deal with this as the plant has been going down. Finds Sayu. Only one player gone, and he wants to take away that recon dart. Gets a little distracted, gets punished for it. Holak putting themselves on match point.
You understand it, though. You really do, right? He has to get rid of the recon dart, because otherwise his location's revealed anyway and he can be wallbanged. It was a lose-lose situation for him. There was no getting out of it. And in that sense, I understand. It all started with Kareem, that first entry, and then Xipe's really strong position. That did a lot. And you obviously had the fact that Kosti won that engagement with the Killjoy, and that in that sense, it was a pretty quick affair to put Team Holak on the 12th round on that match point. Just one round away from the better seeding, from the better position, and a 9 points to get for them. Let's take a look at this now. Team Sayu will execute. Pistols out, not the best possible situation, but there is an Omen ult coming through, and that should have been heard normally speaking. Kayak with the first and the second. Omen ult wasted. Zayda and Kobilov both gone down. And now Kosti in the flank says, peekaboo, surprises, finds a double and ends up the entire round. A flawless round, no less, to win it for Team Holak, to get them those 9 points and to get them the better seeding for that grand, or for that semi-final tomorrow.
Yeah, an absolutely deserved seeding coming through from Holak. They played that very well. Sayu, yes, they put up a fight. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. They did crumble a little under that pressure. But all in all, a very solid performance coming through from every single one of these teams here today. And just looking at the highlights that are going to be playing, just thinking back on this game specifically, there was a lot of back and forth. Both of these teams equally qualified to be here today, equally qualified to be going to those semis tomorrow, and maybe even the finals. But one of the things that is really standing out to me is the fact that how well Kosti is Because we spoke about the Holak and how they have those 3 core members from the team playing together, but in Kosti, he's actually gelling really well with the rest of the members, and then you have the Sova player as well. I don't want to butcher their name. I'm going to give this one over to you, RJ. But he's doing incredibly well. Javrod. Doing amazing, doing really well, really making sure that those Sova darts, the shock darts, or just the recon bolt, Hunter's Fury, every single thing that he's doing on that Sova is absolutely incredible. So it's just 5 very well trained, very gifted mechanically players, and they're doing what they should be doing, and that's winning.
And I mean, hey, winning is absolutely what they did in the end. It got, close at times, right? I think in the first half, if a round or two had shifted somewhat more in favor of Sayu, then there could have been a difference. Then there could have been impact made, and you would have maybe had that situation where near halftime, near the switch, things could have turned around. But that wasn't the case. You saw Holak moving to that second half, and you saw them just eventually taking over, deciding the pacing, and just moving to kick Sayu out of position. Not much to be done about that, and Team Holak, that logically speaking, end up winning that matchup, end up getting that first seeding for the semi-final for, obviously, tomorrow. And here we see those results coming through again. It's Team Terp from yesterday and Team Holak leading the fray, 9 points respectively, and then Team Jacob and Team Sayu coming in those second places, also respectively with 6 points. And that does give it away, obviously. First seeding and the second seeding decided. As you can see, Team Terp will be facing off against Team Sayu, and Team Holak will be taking on Team Jacob. Any preferences here, Ginny?
So far from what we've seen today, I think Team Holak, they have been doing incredibly well. They really performed to the T, so looking forward to see how they're going to be performing tomorrow. Team Jacob, if I am correct, there was a 13-0 coming from their end yesterday, and I don't think we've seen one of those as of yet coming through from any of the groups here today in Group B. So I think that it's going to be really interesting to see how these teams are going to be matching up against each other, because at the end of the day, yes, Holak, they won their games. Yes, Sanyu, they won their games, but there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of small mistakes that were made that wasn't as clean as maybe we expected them to be. So it's just a matter of seeing whether or not that's going to be their downfall. But we have a Zoom call. It's not actually a Zoom call. But we have our casters over in Poland. They're going to be joining us on the desk as well. Hello, guys.
Hello,
How did you find the games? How are the games today, Enfist? Are you happy with everything you've seen?
Well, I am happy, but then on the other hand, we've seen a lot of Aston, so the map that I'm kind of not, on great terms with. But overall, I am very proud of the teams, and I'm very proud of some players, especially of the team captain of Sayu team that showed us a lot of great skills, a lot of great shots. But then on the other end, there was Kayak, who was astounding. He was one of the best players out there in today's matches.
Yeah, that's true.
Absolutely
we saw today
agree.
a lot of Ascent, but yesterday we saw Fracture. It was huge surprise. But as you said, it was like today we have so much Ascent, but in the playoffs it's gonna be best of 3. So surely we will have much more maps. Maybe Fracture, guys. What do you think about it?
Ooh,
yeah,
Fracture.
RJ,
I like the
you were
sound of
talking
that
about
one.
Ascent.
I mean, I see. Genie thinks that I jinxed it a little bit and that I caused Ascent to happen a bit too much, because at the start of the broadcast I said, "Oh, what if we just see Ascent 6 times in a row today?" But that clearly didn't happen. So it's all fine. And I like the idea of Fracture there. One of the newer maps, and nice and dynamic, right? Let them zipline their way through middle.
Well, but then on the other hand, we haven't seen Icebox, and I am very eager to see this map. And well, do you think that is going to be picked by some team in the playoff stage?
I think considering the map pool we've seen today, we've seen Haven, Ascend, and Bind. The teams that are going to be moving forward are most likely going to want to have these maps picked as well. Not just because there's VOD reviews that they're able to do. It also seems like it was what they're really good at. They felt comfortable with it. So it's better to choose comfort over, something flashy. So my question for you, Jacob, is as we're heading into the games tomorrow, who do you think is going to be in the finals?
My battle is gonna to Team Terp and Team Holak. As I said, about today matches, I I thought that Holak gonna win all the matches, and the second spot gonna be fight between Sayu and Torek. But finally, Sayu were better, and his teammates obviously. So yeah, I guess Terp gonna win his match. Also Holak, and in the grand final, I don't know. I don't actually no idea.
And Fist, do you have a prediction for the finals? Who's gonna win?
Well, when we finished the match, I just said to FRS that, well, my predictions were that Tep and Holak are going to be in the grand final, but then on the other end, well, I don't know who's going to win it overally.
Tell me yours, guys.
Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna have to
Team
see.
Holak.
Okay, everyone's like going for Holak and Turk.
alright.
Okay.
Just a bold prediction. All right.
Just throw it out there. I think Turp and Holak definitely going to be those teams that we might be seeing in the finals. It's going to be, you know, we already seen the match between Turp and Jacob. Jacob didn't really come out on top unless something miraculously happens, I guess, maybe, but we'll see tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for being here. I hope you have an amazing evening, and I hope to see you guys on LAN as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hope soon. We hope to soon. See you guys. Bye bye.
Bye, guys. The wholesome Polish desk coming through and giving us their predictions for tomorrow. We've given ours, and if your favorite streamer unfortunately hasn't been able to make it here today or hasn't been able to go to that LAN, you can always vote for them on HyperX Wildcard. They'll be able to compete for their 6th spot on the LAN. So make sure that you vote for your favorite streamer. Again, thank you HyperX, thank you so much Surfshark, and thank you the city of Wrocław, where the LAN is going to be taking place, for making sure that we're all sitting here today and having some of these wholesome conversations and some incredible Valorant thrown our way. RJ, before we close this out, any final words?
It was a beautiful day, and indeed, just like you, I cannot wait to meet those beautiful Polish lads in the city of Wrocław.
Looking forward to that. Thank you so much for making it happen, production. We're going to be back tomorrow with the 2 semifinals, and then we also got the finals. So I guess we'll see you guys then.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.